Good evening, and welcome to a journey you'll never forget. Tonight, you will traverse the unseen corridors of abandoned buildings, the haunted woods of forgotten orchards, the restless wards of old hospitals, and the impossible floors of sentient elevators. Each story you hear is a doorway, each whisper a hand reaching from the shadows. Listen closely, for the line between reality and the unseen grows thin when night falls. These are tales for those who wander alone, those who feel the chill of curiosity in the dark, and those who dare to confront the lingering echoes of the past. Keep your lights dim, your senses sharp, and let the stories guide you, if you can handle what waits in the corners of the night. The Orchard Watchman's Bargain. The forest around Jenna had been quiet at first, deceptively so, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, forcing every small sound to echo as if the trees themselves were listening. The Appalachian twilight had begun to fade, leaving a dim indigo cast across the undergrowth, shadows stretching in strange directions as though the very earth was tilting beneath her feet. She'd been following a rare sapling, a species known only to appear sporadically on the high ridges, its leaves rumored to shimmer under the first light of dusk. But now, in the chill settling into the hollows, she realized she was hopelessly lost. Each footstep stirred the dry leaves, releasing a scent of earth and decay that mixed with the fading sweetness of wild berries clinging stubbornly to their bushes. Her backpack felt heavier with every passing moment, the straps digging into her shoulders, as if the forest itself wanted to remind her she was an intruder, an unwelcome visitor who had no claim to the solitude she sought. Through the tangle of branches, her eyes caught a faint glow, not the cold white of the moon, but the warmer, irregular light of lanterns or candles flickering behind the outlines of weathered boards. As she approached, the source resolved itself into a small, crooked cabin, its walls bowed and warped with age, shingled roof dark and damp with moss, leaning ever so slightly to one side as if in perpetual exhaustion. The house sat in the center of a grove of ancient fruit trees, their gnarled limbs heavy with apples and peaches, though the fruits themselves seemed to catch the light with an unnatural sheen, glowing faintly against the encroaching darkness. The scent of the orchard was intoxicating, a heady mix of ripeness and earth, and though her stomach grumbled loudly enough to echo through the trees, a small part of her hesitated, sensing that this orchard was unlike any she had encountered before. The fruits were too perfect, too luminous, as if the land itself had cultivated them not for nourishment, but for something older, something far more demanding. A sudden movement among the trees made her freeze. A man stepped out of the shadows, hunched and slow, his posture uneven, as if weighed down by a burden unseen. His clothes were rough, old-fashioned, patched in places, and his skin was weathered and pale, lined like the bark of the trees surrounding him. He carried a small lantern, though the light barely penetrated the gloom. His eyes, sharp and dark, followed her every movement, and when he spoke, his voice was low, gravelly, carrying both warning and weariness. "You should not be here," he said. "Do not touch anything, especially the fruit. This orchard, it has rules, it has agreements, and they are not to be broken." He gestured vaguely at the trees with a hand that shook slightly, as though the very act of pointing carried weight. Jenna swallowed nervously, trying to mask the tremor in her voice, and nodded, explaining that she was searching for a rare species, that she had no intention of causing harm. But the old man's gaze did not soften. If anything, it intensified, and she felt the prickling of unease along her spine. There was an air about him, a latent tension, as if the very orchard had imprinted its memory upon him, his posture and gaze the result of decades bound to an unspoken, inescapable promise. The hours passed strangely as she wandered among the trees, compelled by both curiosity and hunger. Her stomach growled again, sharper this time, a gnawing emptiness that pushed rational thought aside. She glanced at the perfect apples dangling overhead, their skin glinting faintly under the dim light, and before she could stop herself, she reached for one. The instant her fingers brushed the smooth surface, a shiver ran down her spine. The air itself seemed to constrict around her, and she heard it the faintest, most intimate sound of chewing and gnashing, echoing not from the nearest trees, but from all directions at once. a sound as close as her own ears, yet undeniably elsewhere. Jenna froze, every nerve alert, the fruit trembling slightly in her grasp. She spun around, half expecting to see the old man, and indeed, he was there, emerging from the shadows, his face now lined with an expression she could not name, part sorrow, part exhaustion, part warning. "You have taken something," he said simply, voice heavy. "Now, it must be replaced. That is the way of things here." Jenna's heart pounded, the taste of the apple in her mouth suddenly bitter, almost metallic. She took a hesitant step back, but the orchard seemed to close in around her, the gnarled branches bending subtly, the shadows deepening, as if the trees themselves were aware, leaning toward her, watching her struggle to understand. The chewing sound grew louder, sharper, a collective, unhuman rhythm that seemed to synchronize with her own heartbeat. She tried to apologize, to explain, but the old man shook his head, and in that moment, she noticed a strange shifting among the roots and fallen leaves. Shapes began to emerge, figures twisted and skeletal, their eyes hollow, their mouths fixed in silent gnashing of teeth, bodies intertwined with the gnarled roots of the orchard, immobile yet horrifyingly alive in their stillness. The sound of chewing was now unmistakable, reverberating through the soil, through the wood, through the very air surrounding her. Each figure was a whisper of the orchard's memory, the echo of those who had failed the agreement, absorbed into the trees they had once sought to exploit. The old man lifted a hand, clutching a worn spade, its metal dark and pitted with age. "I am not the guardian," he said, voice trembling as though speaking these words cost him dearly. "I am what remains of the first to break the promise. I have fulfilled the bargain I was given, and now it is your turn. You may leave only if you accept the place I hold, or you may attempt another way, but understand, there is always a cost." His gaze swept the orchard, resting briefly on the glimmering fruits, the skeletal shapes entwined with roots, and back to Jenna. The wind rustled through the branches, a dry, high-pitched whistle that mingled with the gnashing and the rhythmic fall of apples to the ground. One thudded heavily at her feet, startling her, the sound reverberating through the soles of her shoes as if the orchard itself were marking time, counting down to the moment she would be forced to choose. Jenna's mind raced. She felt the oppressive pull of the orchard, its quiet insistence, the living memory of the trees pressing in on her consciousness. Each branch seemed to reach perceptually toward her, every shadow a silent witness, every gnash a reminder of the agreement she had just violated. The old man's figure blurred slightly at the edges, perceptually shifting, as if not entirely corporeal, a bridge between the living and the dead, absorbed into the orchard's will. The spade glinted in the dim light, and though he did not move toward her, the intent was undeniable. Jenna's hunger and curiosity had ensnared her in a network, older and more patient than any human, a living system that demanded repayment, acknowledgement, a substitution for what she had taken. The gnashing sound crescendoed, closer now, pressing against her awareness, echoing in the hollows of her mind, until she realized that she was not merely witnessing the orchard's memory, she was now part of it. A final gust of wind stirred the branches above, sending a shower of leaves and apples clattering to the ground, punctuating the silence with percussive rhythm. The old man's eyes glimmered in the lantern light, not unkindly, but with an inevitability that chilled her to the bone. "The bargain," he said softly, "has always been patient. It waits for those who forget, those who hunger, those who dare to taste without understanding. Will you step forward or remain behind?" Jenna's stomach knotted with dread, the apple still in her hand, the gnashing growing louder, the orchard itself leaning perceptually toward her as though holding its breath. She felt the pull of time, the patient weight of the past, pressing against her, and knew that the night was far from over, that the orchard and the watchman would not release her until a choice had been made. Then somewhere beneath the roots, in the twisting darkness, she felt the eyes of the forgotten, waiting, gnashing, ever patient, reminding her that bargains in this orchard are eternal and debts are never truly paid. Jenna's footsteps faltered as she lingered at the edge of the orchard, the apple still cupped nervously in her hand. The twilight deepened, folding the grove into a tapestry of shadows that seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of perception, their edges soft, but laden with intention. The old man, the watchman, remained a fixed point of unease at the cabin's threshold, his lantern casting a fragile circle of light that flickered with every gust of wind. Yet even that glow seemed tentative, as if the orchard itself had an agency that could swallow it whole. The air was saturated with the scent of fruit and damp earth, a sweetness undercut by the faint, metallic tang of decay, an invisible reminder that the orchard's beauty was never innocent. Jenna felt the weight of the place pressing perceptually into her bones, each inhale pulling the richness of the trees, the memory of the soil, and the patient insistence of the orchard's past into her very lungs. She took a hesitant bite from the apple, and the taste, at first succulent and comforting, shifted almost immediately to a bitter, iron-laced flavor, like copper streaked through sweet pulp. A chill ran along her spine as a sound emerged from the undergrowth, low, slow, almost indistinct at first, then unmistakably human, and yet not. It was the gnashing of teeth, not loud, but intimate, precise, as if emanating from just behind her skull, threading through the marrow of her bones. Jenna froze, apple halfway to her lips, and the shadows seemed to stir, moving in ways that defied her peripheral vision. The tree's gnarled limbs arched, perceptually bending toward her, and she could feel the faintest pressure, as if the air itself had substance, nudging her forward toward an inevitable confrontation. The watchman stepped closer, his lantern held low, casting long, trembling shadows that merged with the forms of the trees. "Do you understand what you've done?" he asked, his voice gravelly, but carrying an undercurrent of weariness, of endless repetition. "The orchard has rules older than any living being. The fruit is not a gift, it is a promise. Every bite, every touch, every careless step binds you to it." His eyes, dark and unyielding, seemed to pierce her very awareness, and Jenna felt a strange vertigo, a perceptual tug that made it difficult to distinguish between herself and the orchard around her. She swallowed hard, the apple now heavy in her hand, and nodded, though she was unsure whether she was acknowledging him, the orchard, or herself. She tried to step back, to put distance between her and the gnashing sound, but the orchard was patient and subtle in its insistence. Leaves rustled, not with the wind, but with intent, brushing against her face and shoulders, guiding her perceptual attention downward, toward the twisted roots and gnarled soil. There, she began to see movement shapes, at first indistinct, almost imperceptible, as though the shadows themselves were forming figures. The roots twined around skeletal remains, partially hidden, partially exposed, the flesh long gone, leaving only the bones, yet somehow animated, twisting slowly as though in a perpetual gnawing, the silent echo of the original act that had condemned them to this fate. The sound of gnashing teeth grew louder, now clearly emanating from these figures, synchronized in a rhythm that was simultaneously organic and deliberate. Jenna's hands trembled as she dropped the apple to the ground. The impact reverberated perceptually through the orchard, a heavy thud that echoed like a small drum beat through the gnarled branches above. The gnashing paused for a moment, a pregnant silence that pressed against her chest, and then resumed, louder, more insistent, surrounding her in a three-dimensional soundscape that made it impossible to discern direction or distance. Every shadow seemed to pulse with anticipation, every branch a skeletal finger, every fallen leaf a whisper from the orchard's memory. The watchman's figure, now slightly blurred at the edges, perceptually merged with the surrounding darkness, his lantern flickering as if struggling against the oppressive weight of the orchard's will. "You cannot undo what has begun," he murmured, almost conversationally, yet every word carried the weight of inevitability. Once taken, the fruit must be repaid, not in coin, not in words, but in presence. One of us must remain. The orchard does not forgive, and it does not forget. He gestured toward the skeletal forms entwined in the roots, and Jenna felt the perceptual pressure of their gaze, the gnashing filling every corner of her mind, echoing through her nerves. The orchard was not merely an environment. It was a participant, a sentient force, measuring, weighing, demanding acknowledgement. Jenna stepped backward, her boots sinking into the damp earth, and the branches overhead seemed to tighten, perceptually pressing down, guiding her gaze to the dense canopy above where the remaining fruit glimmered like captured starlight. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the low, deliberate crunch of gnashing teeth, the metallic rattle of skeletal limbs shifting in the roots, and a faint, rhythmic tapping, like a cupped hand striking wood, punctuating the soundscape with deliberate insistence. She realized with growing horror that she could not escape, not by running, not by pleading, not by closing her eyes. The orchard's memory, its will, was anchored through the watchmen and through those trapped beneath the roots. And now, she too was anchored, a participant in its continuing legacy. The old man's lantern flickered again, and in that moment, Jenna perceived the subtle distortion of space around him. He was both close and impossibly distant, his form blending with the shadows and yet standing apart, a liminal presence that defined the boundary between safety and consequence. "You have a choice," he said, voice trembling with the weight of decades. "Accept your place, or attempt another way. But know this, the orchard is patient. If you resist, it will wait, and it will remember, and it will claim what it is owed." The gnashing crescendoed, perceptually closing in on her, as though the skeletal forms were aware of her hesitation, aware of her fear, aware of the slow, mounting realization that she had stepped into a system older than herself, a network of debt and memory that would not release her willingly. The apple lay on the ground, bruised where it had fallen, its surface no longer luminous but dull, a perceptual anchor for the debt she had incurred. The orchard seemed to pulse perceptually around it, each shadow responding to its presence, each root shifting imperceptibly, guiding her attention and awareness. She could feel the old man's gaze, the patient insistence of the orchard, the perceptual pressure of the skeletal forms beneath the roots all converging on her, synchronizing with her heartbeat, with her breath, with the faint tremor that ran through her hands and legs. The choice was immediate, perceptually unavoidable: to step forward, to assume the role demanded, or to attempt to escape and risk the orchard's patience extending indefinitely. A sudden gust of wind surged through the grove, scattering leaves and fruit in a cascade of noise, the gnashing erupting in sharp, staccato bursts that pressed directly against her ears and consciousness. The trees swayed perceptually, branches brushing against her shoulders and hair, guiding her forward, toward the skeletal forms, toward the gnashing, toward the weight of obligation that now rested squarely on her. Jenna's stomach tightened, fear and hunger blending in a nauseating cocktail, and she realized fully that she was no longer merely a visitor. She was a participant, now entwined with the orchard's memory, and the old man's lantern illuminated not a man, but a threshold, the point at which acknowledgement became integration, and choice became inevitability. As the wind died down, leaving a suffocating, expectant silence, Jenna took a tentative step forward. The gnashing teeth subsided slightly, perceptually, as if the orchard were measuring her compliance, her willingness to engage, to accept the legacy she had disturbed. Each step brought her deeper into the grove, closer to the skeletal forms, closer to the roots that twisted like fingers, perceptually reaching for her. The apple remained on the ground, a silent witness, a tangible reminder of the debt she had incurred, and the orchard seemed to pulse perceptually in anticipation, waiting to see whether she would complete the bargain willingly, or whether the weight of consequence would fall upon her in ways she could not yet comprehend. And as she moved forward, Jenna could hear the watchman's voice once more, low, almost a whisper, resonating not just in her ears but in her bones. The orchard remembers, the orchard waits, and those who disturb its promise are never truly free. The gnashing resumed, rhythmic now, synchronized with the subtle creak of branches overhead, the heavy thud of fallen fruit, the faint metallic scrape of roots twisting against stone. The orchard was alive in ways she could not yet define, and Jenna knew, with a clarity that settled deep into her chest, that her journey had only just begun, and that the night would stretch long before her choice was complete. The orchard had become a living pulse around Jenna, a sentient, patient organism that breathed through its gnarled roots and whispered through the skeletal limbs of its ancient trees. Each step she took made the earth beneath her perceptibly shift, a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration that threaded through her feet, up her legs, and into the marrow of her bones, making her feel less like a visitor and more like a participant in some timeless, ritualistic act. The skeletal forms beneath the roots seemed to pulse with recognition as she approached, their hollow eye sockets flickering with faint phosphorescence, the gnashing of teeth now a complex symphony, weaving through the shadows in rhythms that alternated between calm insistence and sudden violent bursts that made her heart stutter. She realized, with a creeping dread, that the orchard's memory was not passive. It was active, sentient, an endless, patient recorder of debts and transgressions, and it had registered her theft, her intrusion in every cell of its vast, arboreal network. The watchman moved with her now, silent, except for the occasional rasp of his breath, his lantern casting a trembling circle of light that flickered and distorted the shadows around them. The light seemed inadequate, incapable of fully penetrating the orchard's depth, and she sensed that beyond its glow lay corridors of darkness filled with memory and intent. Each tree seemed to lean perceptibly toward her as they passed, branches twisting like elongated fingers, their leaves whispering faintly in voices she almost recognized. The gnashing of teeth and the subtle rhythmic rattle of skeletal limbs formed an auditory tapestry that pressed against her consciousness, threading through her perception so tightly that she felt as if her very thoughts were being intercepted, measured, weighed, and judged. She shivered, the hair on her arms standing perceptibly on end, and tried to remind herself that this was an orchard, a place of trees, of fruit, of simple natural beauty. But the orchard no longer existed as anything simple. It had become a sentient courtroom, a space where transgression was observed and consequence delivered with patient inevitability. The watchman halted beside a particularly massive apple tree, its trunk twisted in ways that defied normal growth, forming hollows that looked almost like faces frozen in silent scream. He gestured with the lantern toward the base of the tree, where a shallow depression in the earth revealed the remains of another intruder long since claimed by the orchard. The bones were clean of flesh, yet arranged with an unnatural precision, their positions suggesting ritual, submission, and acknowledgement. They did not understand, the watchman murmured, voice carrying a low, resonant echo that blended with the wind. They thought the orchard could be taken lightly, that its agreements were trivial. They were mistaken. It does not forgive, it does not forget, and it does not yield its memory to those who disregard it. Jenna's stomach knotted as the gnashing rose perceptibly, forming a rhythm that threaded around her ears, over her shoulders, wrapping her perception in an auditory labyrinth. She could no longer tell which sounds came from the skeletal forms below the roots, which from the branches above, and which seemed to resonate from the orchard itself. Each inhale drew in the sweet scent of overripe fruit, metallic and bitter now, mingled with the acrid tang of earth and decay. A leaf brushed against her cheek, perceptibly heavier than it should have been, and she felt a subtle pull, as though the orchard itself was testing her will, guiding her perceptual attention toward the hollow in the massive tree. The watchman's hand trembled slightly as he rested it on the trunk, and for the first time she perceived his face not just as human, but as a mask of memory, etched with lines of past transgressions, the weight of decades spent in service to an eternal, patient entity. "I am bound to it," he said, voice low and hoarse. "I was once like you, unaware, tempted by hunger, by curiosity, and now I am the sentinel, the reminder. The orchard keeps me, just as it keeps all who err." He raised his lantern, illuminating the hollows of the tree. Within, she glimpsed forms, faint, translucent shapes writhing, twisting, mouths opening in silent gnashes that echoed perceptibly against the wooden walls of the trunk. Their eyes were empty, yet they seemed to watch her, following her every micro-movement with intent. And Jenna realized with rising horror that they were not merely spirits, they were consciousnesses caught, trapped within the tree itself, feeding the orchard's memory and contributing to the rhythm of gnashing that pressed against her mind. The gnashing grew louder still, now forming distinct, synchronized beats that matched her pulse. She could feel it in her chest, resonating through the hollow of her rib cage, threading into her nervous system. The roots beneath her feet twitched subtly, perceptually almost alive, and she saw one of the skeletal forms shift closer, a deliberate movement that suggested cognition, the calculation of her hesitation. Jenna took an instinctive step back, but the orchard seemed to expand perceptually around her, the space itself distorting, bending, narrowing, then opening into corridors of shadow and branch that led nowhere yet demanded passage. The watchman remained beside her, silent, but his presence was heavy, perceptually anchoring her to the reality of the orchard's demands. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the night. A heavy apple fell, thudding into the earth, directly in front of her feet, startling her so severely that she stumbled. The old man's lantern swung, casting elongated, jittering shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees. She saw, in that flickering illumination, faces dozens, perhaps hundreds, forming momentarily in the bark, gnarled and twisted, each mouth frozen in the gnashing motion, each eye a hollow that watched her with unrelenting scrutiny. The orchard was speaking, perceptually narrating its memory through sound, shadow, and subtle shifts in gravity that tugged at her sense of balance. "You are hungry," the watchman said quietly, perceptually close, though the words seemed to echo unnaturally, as if more than one voice had merged with his. "You want to take, but the orchard does not give without exchange. Every bite demands acknowledgement, every taste a debt." His hand trembled again as he gestured toward the hollow of the tree, toward the spectral forms within the roots, toward the gnashing that now seemed to circle her perceptually, threading into every corner of her auditory awareness. Jenna realized that she had no choice, that the orchard would not allow her ignorance or evasion. The gnashing, now synchronized with a subtle thrum in the air, demanded recognition, compliance, participation. As she stepped closer, compelled despite her terror, the air shifted perceptibly, carrying a faint, almost melodic undertone beneath the gnashing. It was a sound like the orchard itself singing, a rhythm of the trapped, the patient, the eternal. The skeletal forms wriggled perceptibly, roots twisting around them as if pulling them upward, then settling back into the earth, all while maintaining a gnashing chorus that threaded into her perception, each note reinforcing the inevitability of her situation. The watchman lowered his lantern, casting the hollow into darkness, and Jenna felt the full weight of the orchard's patience, its inexorable will, its demand for recompense. She closed her eyes for a moment, perceptually disoriented, and when she opened them, she realized that the orchard had altered subtly around her. Paths she had seen moments before had vanished, replaced by a dense tangle of shadowed branches. The skeletal forms had shifted perceptually closer, their gnashing now forming individual patterns that seemed to trace her movements, tracking hesitation, fear, and intent. The watchman's voice, now almost a whisper, carried directly into her consciousness, bypassing ears entirely. "You cannot run. You cannot hide. The orchard watches, waits, and remembers. Step forward or become part of its memory, as I have." The gnashing escalated into a perceptual crescendo, a chorus of teeth, bones, and whispers, harmonizing with the wind that twisted through the branches, carrying the faint metallic scent of decay and old earth. Jenna's stomach churned as she realized she could not retreat, could not resist. The orchard demanded action, acknowledgement, presence. Every shadow pressed perceptually against her, every rustle of leaf, every subtle movement of branch and root, all conspiring to draw her forward into a choice she had not yet fully understood but could no longer deny. A particularly strong gust of wind sent a cascade of apples thudding to the earth, their impact resonating perceptibly in the soil, in the roots, threading through the gnashing chorus, punctuating the orchard's insistence. Jenna, trembling, lifted her feet, stepping into the hollow at the base of the massive tree, toward the skeletal forms, toward the gnashing, toward the inevitability that had been waiting for her since the first bite. The watchman remained just behind, perceptually anchoring her to the present while simultaneously fading at the edges, a liminal figure straddling memory and reality. And as she descended into the orchard's hollowed embrace, the gnashing formed a rhythm in her mind, a relentless, patient pulse that merged with her heartbeat, her breath, and the subtle sway of the branches above. She realized, fully, that the orchard's memory was not passive, that the watchman was not merely a guide, but a sentinel, and that she herself was now an active participant, entwined with the orchard's eternal legacy. Her senses flooded with the gnashing, the whispering, the subtle, perceptual tug of inevitability. The night was far from over, and Jenna knew, in the marrow of her bones, that the orchard's demands would not relent until a choice had been made, and a bargain accepted, in full. Jenna's awareness had begun to warp perceptually. The orchard was no longer merely a grove of trees, but an extension of her senses, a labyrinthine entity capable of bending space, sound, and time. The skeletal forms beneath the roots writhed in ways that contradicted physics, roots curling and uncoiling like serpents, pulling bones into the soil and then releasing them in subtly shifted positions, as if testing her perception, marking her hesitation. The gnashing of teeth was omnipresent now, each sound threading directly into her skull, vibrating through bone, echoing in perfect rhythm with her pulse, a relentless reminder that she was no longer a visitor but a participant under observation, bound to the orchard's memory. She could feel the weight of unseen eyes from every branch, every shadow, every hollow in the bark, the watchman's lantern casting a tremulous circle that did little to penetrate the all-encompassing darkness. The wind shifted suddenly, carrying not just the earthy scent of rotting fruit, but a metallic tang, perceptibly stronger, almost suffocating in its intensity. It whistled through the hollow trunks in harmonic dissonance, forming a complex undertone beneath the gnashing, like the orchard itself was speaking in a language older than words, a code of pressure, vibration, and sound that demanded comprehension. Jenna's feet sank perceptibly into the damp earth, roots tugging gently at her boots, guiding her steps with a patient insistence that bordered on coercion. Each tree around her seemed to pulse, the bark swelling and contracting subtly as though breathing in unison with her own, the orchard measuring her hesitation, her fear, her intent. The skeletal form shifted perceptually again, sliding along roots, the gnashing forming a syncopated rhythm, now faster, closer, more insistent. She felt a tug at her sleeve and looked down perceptually, startled, only to see one of the semi-translucent forms lifting a bony hand, as though inviting or perhaps commanding her to step forward. The watchman remained behind, silent, his eyes reflecting the dim lantern light, fixed on her like a sentinel of inevitability. "The orchard chooses," he murmured, voice low, resonant. "It chooses through action, through recognition, through submission. Do you understand what it asks of you?" Jenna swallowed, perceptually aware of the gnashing sinking with her pulse, the hollow whispers threading into her consciousness, guiding her toward a decision that felt both inevitable and impossibly terrifying. She stepped closer to the central tree, the air thickening perceptibly around her, each inhale weighted with the orchard's will. The gnarled branches above arched downward, perceptually bending toward her, leaves brushing her skin with an almost sentient awareness. A heavy apple fell from the highest branch, thudding against the earth in a vibration that pulsed through the roots, the gnashing synchronizing with the impact, forming a percussive rhythm that threaded through the shadows. The skeletal forms writhed, perceptually extending upward as if to meet her, their gnashing now forming coherent patterns, almost like words, though she could not comprehend them consciously. The orchard had begun to communicate, using her senses as instruments, its language, a combination of vibration, pressure, sound, and shadow. The watchman's lantern flickered and dimmed perceptually, casting the grove into near total darkness, leaving only the spectral forms and the luminous fruit as reference points. Jenna's heartbeat thrummed in her ears, synchronized with the gnashing, and she felt the perceptual pull of the orchard intensify, roots tugging gently but insistently at her boots, branches brushing against her hair and shoulders, the skeletal forms circling perceptibly closer, teeth grinding in unison with the rhythm of falling apples. Her mind began to reel. The orchard's presence was no longer merely external. It had invaded her perception, entwined with her awareness, forming a feedback loop of sound, pressure, and intent. Every step she took was guided, measured, evaluated. Then, from the shadows, a sudden, almost imperceptible movement drew her attention, a shape that seemed both human and not, a semi-transparent figure, indistinct yet unmistakably the first watchman who had been bound to the orchard centuries ago. His skeletal hands twitched perceptibly, gnashing echoing in a pattern that threaded directly into her nerves. Jenna felt a surge of vertigo, her perception shifting in ways she could neither name nor resist. The orchard's will pressed against her consciousness, a tangible weight that demanded acknowledgement, recognition, integration. She realized, with sudden clarity, that the orchard was no longer merely observing, now it was selecting, guiding her toward the role that was hers by transgression, by curiosity, by appetite. The watchman's voice cut perceptually into the gnashing, low, reverberant, and inseparable from the wind and rustle of leaves. "This is the moment," he said. "The orchard requires presence. Choose, acknowledge, become part of it, or be consumed by its memory." The words vibrated not in her ears, but directly in her awareness, threading through the perceptual layer of reality, forming a binding rhythm with the gnashing and the metallic thrum of fallen apples. She could feel the skeletal forms shifting perceptually, rising from the roots, circling her, their gnashing forming a multi-layered symphony that pressed against every nerve, demanding participation. Jenna's stomach churned violently, the apple she had bitten into now lying bruised and dark at her feet. A perceptual anchor to her debt, she bent, lifting it, and as her fingers closed around its cool, heavy surface, the orchard reacted perceptibly, roots tugging upward, branches leaning perceptually closer, skeletal forms gnashing in precise rhythm. The air vibrated with intent, a low, harmonic undertone threading through her awareness, carrying the memory of all those who had failed to fulfill the bargain. The orchard had begun to pulse perceptibly, a living, breathing entity, aware, sentient, patient, its perception and will pressing into hers, guiding, nudging, insisting. The spectral form of the first watchman reached perceptually toward her, fingers brushing the apple in her hands, and Jenna understood with horror that she was now expected to assume the role, to integrate into the orchard's memory, to bind herself as all who had come before had been bound. Resistance felt futile, escape impossible. The gnashing crescendoed, synchronized with her heartbeat, the rustle of leaves and branches, the thud of apples striking earth, forming a perceptual triad that threaded through every sensory channel she possessed. The orchard was alive, aware, demanding repayment, acknowledgement, submission. Her breath caught, perceptually thick in the humid orchard air, and she took a hesitant step forward, apple raised. The skeletal forms paused perceptually, gnashing settling into an expectant rhythm. The branches above seemed to arch perceptibly closer, leaves brushing her hair and shoulders with sentient awareness, roots twined subtly around her boots, perceptually anchoring her to the ground, forcing recognition, guiding her forward. The watchman remained a tether behind her, his lantern dim, his eyes reflecting both sorrow and inevitability. And then she heard it a whisper beneath the gnashing, perceptible only when she focused, threading through her awareness like a spectral finger tracing her spine. The orchard chooses, and now it chooses you. Will you become its memory, or be lost to it? Jenna froze, perceptually aware of the myriad eyes, the patient teeth, the persistent pull of roots and branches. The choice crystallized in her mind, unrelenting and absolute, to step fully into the orchard's will, acknowledging its memory, or risk being subsumed indefinitely, forgotten yet remembered by the gnashing teeth, the skeletal forms, and the patient, sentient pulse of the trees. She lifted the apple, feeling the weight of her transgression, the burden of curiosity and hunger, the inevitability pressing perceptibly into her bones. The orchard's pulse synchronized with hers, the gnashing, the whispers, the subtle, rhythmic sway of branches and roots forming a perceptual conduit between her and the eternal memory she had disrupted. Every instinct screamed to resist, yet every sensory cue, the pull of roots, the brush of leaves, the hollow gaze of skeletal forms, the rhythmic gnashing demanded surrender, acknowledgement, integration. Jenna exhaled slowly, perceptually attuning herself to the orchard, the watchman's lantern flickering perceptually beside her, and with the faintest tremor in her hands, placed the apple gently upon the ground before the central tree. The gnashing stopped, perceptibly, though the orchard itself seemed to breathe more heavily, an imperceptible swell that pressed into her consciousness like a tidal wave. A silence fell that was not absence, but dense with presence. Every shadow, every branch, every skeletal form watching, waiting, measuring the acknowledgement she had made. The watchman's voice, low, reverberant, threaded directly into her awareness. You have stepped forward. You have acknowledged. You are now part of the orchard's memory. But remember, it does not forget, and it does not release willingly. Patience is eternal here. The skeletal forms shifted perceptibly, roots retracting subtly, branches relaxing, the orchard's pulse synchronizing now with her own in a slow, deliberate rhythm that was both reassuring and terrifying. The gnashing receded into a low, constant undertone, a reminder that this night, this choice, and this debt were but one moment in an endless continuum of memory, hunger, and inevitability. Jenna stood there, perceptually drenched in the orchard's awareness, feeling the weight of centuries pressing into her consciousness, understanding fully that she was now bound, participant and sentinel alike, and that the orchard's will would extend through her senses, through her choices, and through her being for as long as she remained. The wind whispered through the branches, perceptually singing, and in that song, she could hear echoes of all who had come before, a patient chorus of gnashing teeth, whispered debts, and eternal memory. She shivered, knowing the night was far from over, and the orchard's patient, sentient observation would continue to thread through her awareness, guiding, pressing, waiting, as it always had, and always would. The orchard had fully revealed itself now, no longer merely a grove of gnarled trees and shadows, but a sentient, sprawling labyrinth of memory and will. Jenna stood at the center, perceptually anchored by the weight of her own acknowledgement. The apple she had placed before the massive tree now serving as a focal point, a physical testament to her choice. Yet even as she felt a momentary relief, the orchard did not rest. The air was thick with intent, almost tactile, pressing against her skin, threading into her hair, brushing along her arms as if the very atmosphere had become a living entity. The gnashing of teeth that had once circled her now erupted from every direction, forming a crescendo that reverberated through the trunks, the roots, and even the earth beneath her feet. Each sound carried the weight of centuries, the echo of every soul the orchard had claimed, a symphony of appetite and judgment that pressed directly into her perception. The skeletal forms beneath the roots shifted perceptibly, rising slowly, deliberately, each bone moving in impossible, liquid grace. They emerged from the soil with a faint metallic rasp, the gnashing synchronized perfectly, forming intricate patterns that threaded around Jenna's consciousness. She tried to step back, but perceptually, the orchard had shifted. What had been open ground moments ago was now a tangled labyrinth of roots and branches, forming corridors that guided her inexorably toward the central tree, toward the very heart of the orchard's sentient will. The watchman remained beside her, perceptually tethered yet distant, his lantern flickering as though struggling against the immense, living presence of the grove. "You have acknowledged," he murmured, voice low and resonant, threading directly into her awareness. But acknowledgement is not freedom. Presence is not release. The orchard requires more. It requires integration. His eyes reflected the flickering lantern light, but perceptually, they seemed to hold centuries of memory, sorrow, and inevitability. The skeletal forms shifted perceptibly closer, their gnashing forming a rhythm that threaded into her nerves. a vibration that pressed upon her ribcage, her skull, every sinew of her body. Roots swirled perceptually around her ankles, gently but insistently nudging her forward toward the hollow of the central tree, toward the culmination of the orchard's will. Jenna's stomach churned violently. The apple she had placed moments before seemed to pulse perceptually in response to the orchard's demand, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim light, reflecting an awareness that was not her own. A sudden gust of wind swept through the orchard, scattering leaves and loose fruit in a cascade of sound that pressed directly into her consciousness. She could hear every subtle thump, every whisper of rustling foliage, the faint metallic scrape of bones against soil, threading into a complex symphony that made her senses reel. It was as though the orchard had layered itself over her perception entirely, bending space and sound, guiding her inexorably toward its demand. And then she saw it. From within the central tree's hollow, a form emerged, not fully corporeal, yet not entirely ghostly either. It was the first watchman, perceptually distinct from the current sentinel, yet fused with the orchard's will, a spectral embodiment of memory and debt. His hollow eye sockets glowed faintly, and his gnashing teeth emitted a rhythm that synced with the orchard's pulse. Jenna felt the pull of inevitability tighten around her chest, a weight that pressed upon her ribcage with every heartbeat. The spectral watchman extended a bony hand, perceptually merging with the roots, and she realized with terror that she was expected to step fully into the orchard's role, to assume the mantle of debt keeper, to integrate herself permanently into the living memory of this sentient grove. She staggered perceptually, the roots tugging, the branches brushing against her hair and shoulders, the gnashing surrounding her like a living storm. The watchman beside her whispered, perceptually closer than ever, "To resist is to be forgotten in memory, yet eternally present in consequence. The orchard does not forgive, and it does not release willingly. Step forward, or be claimed." Her hands trembled as she reached toward the hollow, the apple now quivering perceptually under her fingers. The orchard's pulse intensified, the gnashing crescendoing to a nearly unbearable pitch, threading directly into her perception, into her heartbeat, her breath, her very consciousness. Then, just as she felt herself about to comply fully, a subtle shift occurred perceptually, a faint space of calm within the chaos, a single moment in which the orchard's intent seemed to coalesce into a form she could almost understand. The skeletal forms paused perceptually, gnashing settling into a slow, expectant rhythm. The roots retracted slightly, and the branches overhead swayed perceptually with a deliberate grace. In that instant, Jenna understood the orchard's ultimate demand. Not merely acknowledgement, but exchange. Presence alone was insufficient. The orchard required a willing participant to replace what had been taken, to restore balance, to perpetuate the cycle. Her breath caught as she realized the full horror of the choice. She could step fully into the hollow, integrating herself into the orchard's memory as the next sentinel, bound perpetually, or she could attempt to flee, risking immediate consumption by the orchard's patient will, becoming a permanent, writhing figure beneath the roots, gnashing teeth echoing endlessly through the grove. The wind whistled through the branches, carrying the faint metallic tang of decay, the gnashing now forming an almost melodic undertone, threading directly into her nerves. Jenna's mind reeled. Her perception of time, space, and her own body had been irrevocably altered. She was no longer merely human. Her senses had been expanded, entangled with the orchard's sentience, forced to perceive its memory, its hunger, its eternal patience. A skeletal form emerged fully from the roots, perceptually towering, its gnashing perfectly synchronized with the orchard's pulse. Jenna felt its presence press against her consciousness, and instinctively she raised the apple, holding it out as if to offer it as a token of exchange. The orchard responded perceptually, the roots coiling slightly, branches bending perceptibly toward the hollow. The gnashing slowed, the rhythm elongating, forming a deliberate cadence that threaded through her awareness like a tactile vibration, guiding her hands, her feet, her breath, her very intention. The watchman beside her muttered perceptually, almost reverently, "The choice is yours, but the orchard will not wait forever. Decide, and accept your role. Never. Jenna exhaled, perceptually aware of the gnashing forming a pattern, a syntax, a language of teeth and shadow that she could feel rather than understand. She stepped closer to the hollow, the apple held forward, and the skeletal forms shifted perceptually to create a pathway, roots retracting, branches guiding her, the orchard's pulse aligned with her own, gnashing, threading in perfect harmony with her heartbeat. She reached the threshold, perceptually poised between the living world and the orchard's sentient memory. Then, the spectral watchman spoke again, perceptually inside her mind. Once taken, you cannot return. Once acknowledged, the debt is eternal. Step fully, or remain part of the orchard's memory forever. Jenna's fingers brushed the apple against the hollowed bark, and the orchard responded perceptually with a pulse that reverberated through her entire body, through every nerve, every bone, every breath. The skeletal forms leaned perceptually toward her, gnashing, forming a precise, deliberate rhythm, while the branches above arched in synchrony, leaves brushing her face and shoulders as though caressing, guiding, compelling. In the next moment, perception shifted. The orchard seemed to exhale, perceptually releasing a tension that had built over centuries. Jenna felt herself pulled perceptually into the hollow, the apple dissolving into spectral light, merging with the roots, the skeletal forms, the very pulse of the orchard. Her consciousness expanded, perceptually entwined with the grove, yet still aware of her individuality, a terrifying, exhilarating duality. She heard the watchman's whisper once more, perceptually threading through her mind. You are now part of the memory. But remember, the orchard does not end. It waits, and it remembers all who disturb its promise. The silence fell perceptually, dense and absolute, punctuated only by the faint, rhythmic gnashing that now emanated from her own perception. Jenna realized fully that she had survived the immediate demand, yet she was forever changed, bound perceptually, mentally, spiritually, to the orchard's sentient will. She could see, in the flickering shadows, the spectral forms of all who had come before, the lineage of debt and exchange stretching into centuries. The orchard pulsed around her, perceptually, patient, sentient, eternal, its memory and will now intertwined with her own senses. And as she looked outward from the hollow, she perceived the orchard anew, not just trees and roots, not just skeletal forms and gnashing teeth, but a living, conscious entity, aware of her presence, her acknowledgement, her integration. She shivered perceptually, knowing that the night was far from over, that the orchard's sentience would continue to thread through her awareness, guiding, observing, demanding, patient, and eternal. In that final moment, she understood the truth of the watchman's words. The orchard does not forgive, it does not release, and it never forgets. Jenna stepped back, perceptually aware of her dual existence, both human and part of the orchard's memory, and the wind whispered through the branches, carrying with it a faint gnashing, a reminder that the bargain was eternal, and that the orchard, patient, sentient, and watchful, would always remember the debt, the choice, and the ones who came after. The toll keeper's hollow. Dave had been driving through the outskirts of the Appalachian foothills for hours, the road narrowing perceptibly as darkness settled over the landscape, a blanket so thick that it seemed to swallow not just light, but time itself. Rain whispered against the windshield, fine, persistent, like a memory brushing against the edges of his mind, each drop tapping in a rhythm that threaded through his thoughts. The highway had dwindled into a single lane flanked by dense forest, the trees standing as silent sentinels, their branches tangled into forms that almost seemed to watch, the wind threading through them with a soft, eerie sigh. Somewhere ahead, a faint glow pulsed, a lantern-like shimmer that marked the entrance to a toll booth long abandoned on maps, yet suddenly insistently real. Dave slowed the bus, the tires crunching wet gravel, and felt the first tendrils of unease curl in his stomach. The landscape here seemed imperceptibly wrong, each shadow moving in a rhythm not fully aligned with physics, as though the forest itself were aware of him, measuring, waiting, evaluating. As he approached the toll plaza, the outline of a small booth emerged perceptually from the darkness. The structure aged, warped by time and weather, paint peeling and wood rotting, yet illuminated faintly by a single flickering lantern perched on the corner. And there he was, the toll keeper, though not quite as Dave expected a man, or perhaps more accurately, a shape in human semblance, sitting rigidly behind the window. His face was lined with age, pale and taut, yet there was a quality of otherworldliness to him, the kind of presence that seemed to bend light and shadow, making the surrounding darkness deeper, more absolute. Dave's hand instinctively reached for the fare slot, but before he could insert anything, the tollkeeper's eyes, hollow, deep, impossibly perceptive, locked onto him. A cold, expectant silence hung in the air, thick and palpable, punctuated only by the steady patter of rain against the windshield. Then came the sound, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper threading through the cabin, low and coaxing. Memories. Dave blinked and shook his head, attempting to anchor himself in the mundane, but the whisper persisted, now joined by subtle auditory hallucinations, lights flickering on the dashboard, the faint hum of the engine merging with soft, near inaudible murmurs of remember, remember, forget. His pulse quickened. He realized, with a chill creeping down his spine, that the tollkeeper did not need the fare in dollars, nor coins, nor any token of exchange. The presence demanded something far more intimate, far more personal. Dave could feel the slow, insidious tug at his mind, like invisible fingers grazing his thoughts, searching for emptiness, seeking a hollow where memories once resided. Every reflection in the wet windshield, every metallic click of the turn signal, even the rhythmic sway of the bus as it settled on the slick road, seemed to echo the same relentless imperative: give, give, give. The storm intensified, rain lashing against the windshield, and the soundscape of the bus shifted. The tires hissed over wet asphalt, each groove and imperfection amplified, resonating like a heartbeat synchronized with his own. The wipers struggled, squeaking irregularly, their rhythm irregular, almost conversational. The tollkeeper's lantern flickered and pulsed, its light casting shadows that stretched and retracted across the wet road like elongated fingers. Dave's vision blurred perceptually. The boundaries between the road, the forest, and the booth melted. Shapes flitted at the edges of perception, passengers from his past rides, faces indistinct yet familiar, echoing in whispers that penetrated the cabin, each murmuring, memories, give. He realized with terror that he could not look directly at them. To do so was to risk surrendering fragments of himself, to release a memory unbidden, and once given, the hollow would demand more. Instinctively, he gripped the wheel, knuckles whitening, as the bus rolled to a tentative stop at the booth. The tollkeeper did not move, did not speak, yet his presence pressed upon Dave's consciousness with an almost gravitational weight. Then came the sound of the card machine, a mechanical bip error, echoing sharply in the otherwise quiet cabin, punctuating the tension like a tolling bell. No matter how many times Dave attempted to pay, swipe the card, press buttons, the machine responded the same. The transaction was impossible, futile. And then, faintly, from beyond the glass, he heard it, the low, mournful blast of an air horn, impossibly distant, yet perceptibly immediate, resonating from a memory of a bus long past, a warning embedded in the echoes of journeys long completed. The sound carried in multiple layers, a literal horn, a remembered horn, and a ghostly echo threading perceptibly through the wet night, each layer tugging at the corners of his awareness. Dave could feel the slow creep of drowsiness, unnatural and suffocating, settling over him. His eyelids fluttered, each blink longer than it should be, and the whispers threaded perceptually through his mind, coaxing him toward surrender. He struggled to anchor his thoughts. Names of passengers, fragments of conversations, blurred landscapes he had once driven past, all vying to escape into the hollow waiting for exchange. The tollkeeper's gaze penetrated his perception, and Dave realized the chilling truth. The figure did not demand money, not physically, but sought hollowed minds, gaps, the willingness to forget, to release memory into the unclaimed void. Every ounce of resistance seemed to thin perceptually against the pull of the booth, the road, the storm, the air, the wet cold pressing through the bus floor, threads of the past insinuating themselves into his present. The rain intensified, hammering against the roof, a staccato that pressed against his skull. The engine idled with a heavy, perceptible thrum, blending seamlessly with the whispers. Memories. Give. Empty. Dave's hands shook on the wheel as the voices grew louder, the air thickening perceptually with the pressure of unseen passengers, spectral presences of previous travelers whose journeys had ended here, at this booth, their memories unclaimed, trapped in some liminal space. Each drop of rain became a reminder, each hiss of the wipers a pulse in this eldritch rhythm, pushing him toward the impossible choice: surrender a fragment of his mind to move forward or resist, and risk being claimed entirely by the hollow. And then, the unthinkable happened. From the far side of the windshield, shadows moved, perceptibly across the road. Faint forms emerged, only perceptible in the corner of perception, spectral figures with blurred features and shifting outlines. They whispered to him, not menacingly, but with desperate urgency. Do not give them more. Hold, resist, drive. The air horn sounded again, layered with the hiss of rain, each note threading into his perception as both warning and guidance. Dave understood that these were remnants, echoes of souls who had resisted, partial memories preserved by sheer will. They did not intervene physically, but their whispers, their presence, threaded perceptibly through the cabin, giving him the faintest edge of clarity amid the oppressive weight of the toll-keeper's will. The bus lurched perceptually as Dave shifted into gear, the engine roaring with new intensity. The toll-keeper's lantern flickered violently, shadows jerking across the cabin as though disturbed by the assertion of motion. The card machine, bip, error, sounded once more, a sharp punctuation to the struggle, and the whispers around him coalesced into a tense rhythm, guiding his awareness, threading into his reflexes. The spectral forms of past passengers seemed to extend perceptually, nudging him forward, creating a corridor of guidance through the rain-slicked, night-bound road. Each meter gained was a battle, each second a motion of triumph against the hollow's intent. The rain continued its relentless drum, the air horn calling once more, impossibly close, yet distant, reminding him that every moment was borrowed time. Memories threatened to slip, fragments of identity tugged at by invisible hands. But Dave fought, teeth clenched, knuckles white, eyes straining through the watery windshield. The tollkeeper remained, a constant, heavy presence, watching, waiting, its hunger unrelenting. Yet the bus pressed forward, spectral whispers threading perceptibly into his consciousness, anchoring his awareness to the living world just enough to resist full surrender. Dave exhaled, perceptually aware of the oppressive weight gradually easing, yet knowing the booth and its sentinel would always linger in the memory of the road, in the whispers, in the air horn that echoed through his mind, a reminder that the hollow waited for the unwary, the careless, the forgetful. He had survived this passage, preserved his memories for now, yet he understood fully that the tollkeeper did not forget, did not release, and that the hollow would continue to demand, ever patient, ever hungry, in the quiet spaces between journeys, in the whispering wind over wet asphalt, in the echo of an air horn long past but never truly gone. The bus continued down the narrowing mountain road, tires hissing over wet asphalt as the storm intensified, each droplet striking the windshield like a tap on the edge of his consciousness. Dave's eyes strained against the darkness, searching for the faint glow of distant markers, yet the rain seemed to warp perception, folding the road inward and outward, a twisting path that defied simple geometry. Shadows moved at the periphery of vision, too deliberate to be mere trees, too fleeting to resolve into anything concrete. He could hear the low hum of the engine, yet it seemed almost alive, vibrating in sync with the whispered chorus that had begun in the toll booth. Memories, give, empty, remember, forget. Each syllable threaded through his nerves, tugging at the edges of thought, making him doubt the integrity of his own awareness. The tollkeeper's presence, though physically receding as the bus gained distance, remained heavy in perception, an oppressive gravity that pressed against the boundaries of the cabin. The lantern, visible in the rearview mirror for a brief, spectral instant, flickered as if breathing, casting shadows that twisted and reached perceptibly toward the seats. Dave's hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles pale and trembling, as he realized that he could no longer distinguish between the rain on the windshield and the spectral wetness that seemed to coat the interior of the bus. Somewhere in the distance, the air horn sounded faintly, a warped, almost mournful note that resonated directly in his chest. It was both warning and reassurance, echoing through time, a memory of the road and of travelers who had come before. The whispering intensified, now a constant undertone beneath the storm. Give, hollow, memories, empty. It seemed to emanate from all directions through the seats, the dashboard, the rain-laden air itself. Each syllable was slow, deliberate, pressing against the base of his skull and crawling along the spine. Dave tried to focus on the mechanics of driving, the familiar motions of gear, brake, and accelerator. Yet every action felt strained against the invisible tug of the hollow. Memories of past passengers flickered in his mind, unbidden faces blurred, conversations half-remembered, gestures that now seemed laden with strange significance. He realized with horror that even recollecting them might constitute payment, an unwitting sacrifice to the persistent, insatiable presence of the tollkeeper. Ahead, the road split perceptually, a fork that seemed to oscillate, shifting subtly between moments. To the left, the asphalt shimmered wetly, reflecting the faint glow of distant streetlights that appeared and vanished as though they existed in another layer of reality. To the right, the forest pressed closer, trees leaning inward, branches brushing the bus roof and sides in a soft, yet insistent, rhythmic pattern. The whispering followed, perceptually threading through his awareness with an almost tactile insistence. Choose, give, resist, remember. Each word a vibration, pressing on perception, bending it slightly, compelling attention, demanding recognition. Dave forced his foot down on the accelerator, choosing the left path, yet the hollow responded immediately. The road shifted perceptually, curves elongating, shadows thickening, the rain intensifying into a drumming that felt like synchronized heartbeat and gnashing teeth all at once. Then came a new auditory layer, the subtle metallic scrape of something against the bus's undercarriage, irregular and impossible to locate precisely. Dave's eyes darted to mirrors and windshield, trying to spot an object, a branch, a fallen rock, anything concrete, yet the source remained elusive. Each scrape was followed by a whisper. Memories, memories, empty, pay. It was no longer just the tollkeeper demanding, but the hollow itself reaching into the tangible world, threading its presence into the vehicle, coiling around tires, wheel wells, the vibrations of the engine, resonating directly into the bones of the driver. Dave felt a wave of vertigo, perceptual boundaries dissolving further. Time itself seemed to stretch, each second lingering, weighted with expectation. The rain on the windshield morphed perceptually into streaks that resembled faces, half-formed, fleeting, vanishing when he tried to focus. Whispers intensified into subtle murmurs of names, fragments of personal history, friends, family, forgotten acquaintances threaded through the cabin, as though the hollow was probing, testing, seeking an opening. One syllable too long, one recollection surrendered, and the debt might be extracted, drawn into the spectral toll. He gritted his teeth, gripping the wheel harder, feeling the pulse of the engine beneath him as a tether to reality, a line of resistance. The air horn sounded again, longer this time, layered perceptually with the hissing rain and the wiper's squeak, creating a harmony that threaded through the hollow's whispers, providing a fleeting anchor. Dave realized that these horn echoes were interventions, not threats, but messages from those who had survived, those who had resisted in some measure, leaving fragments of warning for the next traveler. Each blast was a signpost, a thread through the storm and the hollow's insistence, a guide through the ever-shifting perceptual labyrinth. The bus began to tremble subtly, perceptually, as if responding to the hollow's mood. The rain's rhythm shifted into a staccato that pressed into perception, like thousands of tiny tapping fingers counting down seconds, each drop aligned with the whispering insistence. Give, hollow, memories, pay, empty, remember. Dave's pulse raced, muscles taut, senses stretched to capacity. Shadows appeared to move independently of branches, some darting across the windshield, others flickering in the peripheral vision of the mirrors. Faces began to form perceptually in the rain-slick glass, each one fleeting, each one pressing with silent urgency, some familiar, some utterly alien, all threading through perception like subtle nails prying at his grip on the tangible world. Then came the tactile perception. The bus's vibration was no longer mechanical alone, but layered perceptually with unseen weight pressing against the floor, subtle shifts in gravity that made his feet feel anchored by unseen hands. Dave's back pressed against the seat, perceptually held, yet simultaneously free to move forward only through mental effort. The whispers were now accompanied by faint, impossible sounds, the click of an ancient fare machine, the soft metallic scrape of coins never dropped, the spectral thud of paper tickets folding in invisible hands. The hollow had extended beyond the toll booth, threading into the very materials of the bus, embedding itself perceptually into every component, every surface, every breath. Dave struggled, conscious now that the hollow did not demand surrender in the overt sense. It required subtle erosion, the incremental extraction of memory and attention, threading perceptually into the mind until the traveler was hollowed enough to pass through without giving more than the minimum. He clutched the steering wheel, visualized the horn's resonance, and tried to focus solely on the road ahead, resisting recollection, resisting distraction, resisting the insidious draw of the whispering, gnashing, tapping presence that sought to claim the parts of him he could not perceive fully. The storm seemed to intensify perceptually, rain lashing harder, visibility dropping to near zero, yet each pulse, each echo, each whisper provided a faint thread of guidance. Dave realized he was no longer driving solely through the physical landscape, but through layers of memory, perception, and the hollow's insistent will. The tollkeeper's lantern, though now far behind, seemed perceptually tied to him, a persistent observer watching through time and distance, evaluating his resistance, measuring his mental debt. Every blink threatened to surrender a fragment of awareness, every thought a potential toll. Yet the air horn echoed again, a layered signal of those who had come before, threading a pattern of survival through chaos. The road twisted perceptually, the forest closing in, yet with each careful maneuver, each breath focused entirely on present perception. Dave felt the hollow's grip lessen slightly. The whispers did not cease, but their rhythm shifted, perceptually more distant, more navigable. The metallic scrape persisted, yet it became an auditory anchor, a reminder that the hollow existed in layers, some tangible, some perceptual, all demanding negotiation. He exhaled, perceiving the road as both physical and metaphysical, threading his awareness through time, space, and memory simultaneously, resisting the insidious draw of surrender. As the first faint glimmers of distant streetlights emerged perceptually, mingling with the retreating storm, Dave understood fully that survival required constant vigilance, perceptual acuity, and an unbroken tether to his own memories, even as the hollow sought to claim them. The tollkeeper's presence remained, but now a distant weight, a reminder of the debt, patient, eternal, insistent, yet negotiable through focus, resistance, and adherence to the unspoken rules of passage. Each breath, each pulse, each drop of rain remained perceptually imbued with the echoing imperative. Do not give more than necessary. Resist. Remember. Drive. Enclosing. And so, the bus rolled forward, perceptually aware of every shadow, every whisper, every layer of memory and perception, threading Dave's consciousness into a heightened vigilance that was both exhausting and necessary, the storm in the hollow receding only as he maintained his focus. steering carefully, ears attuned to the distant air horn, hands gripping the wheel, and mind resisting the insidious call of oblivion. He had passed the first true trial, yet the road ahead remained long, perceptually shifting, layered with whispers, spectral observation, and the constant, patient, demanding presence of the hollow, waiting at every curve, every toll, every shadow, ready to claim the unwary, the forgetful, the inattentive, patient, and eternal. The rain never truly ceased. It persisted as a phantom presence, dripping, pattering, brushing against the windshield and roof, in a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with Dave's heartbeat, each drop a subtle vibration threading into perception, pulling awareness toward the hollow's insidious gravity. The night deepened perceptually, folds of darkness pressing against the edges of the road, warping trees and shadows into forms that were sometimes glimpsed in peripheral vision, sometimes revealed only by the fleeting flicker of headlights against wet bark. Every time he blinked, the shape seemed to shift slightly, as though perceiving his hesitation, adjusting to his awareness, waiting for a moment of distraction to intrude, to claim, to hollow him further. Dave felt the first wave of the creeping drowsiness again. Subtle at first, a slow fog thickening around cognition, a tugging at attention, a blurring of memory that felt almost like exhaustion, yet was something far more deliberate, as though the hollow itself had learned to breathe inside his mind. He fought it, teeth clenched, forcing each thought to anchor to the road, to the bus, to the mechanical reality of steering, braking, gauging curves in the slick asphalt. Yet the whispers persisted, layering over one another, perceptually indistinguishable yet intimately precise. Empty memories. Give. Forget. They were no longer distant, no longer subtle. The syllables threaded through his nerves, burrowing into perception, resonating in skull and spine alike, making it impossible to separate external rain from internal pressure, impossible to distinguish the hiss of tires from the gnashing rhythm that now accompanied the murmurs. Ahead, a series of faint markers emerged, perceptually half-formed, flickering between realities. What might have been reflectors on roadside posts twisted into faint human shapes, briefly perceptible as travelers frozen in mid-motion, faces blurred, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent protest or warning. Some seemed to reach out perceptually toward the bus, a slow, stretching movement of intangible form, almost imperceptible, yet insistently tactile in perception, brushing along the edges of thought, tugging at the corners of awareness. Each time Dave glanced, even momentarily, the shapes shifted or disappeared, leaving behind only the echo of motion and the faint metallic scrape that had begun hours earlier. Threading through the bus floor, the wheel, the engine, perceptually amplifying every nerve ending, the whispers evolved. No longer only syllables, they became layered phrases, fragmentary sentences, perceptually sewn into the soundscape of rain, engine, wipers, and air. Do not look. Do not give. Hold. Resist. They wait. Each phrase was threaded with pressure, each whisper pressing perceptibly on decision. Willpower, the very act of cognition. Dave realized with growing horror that the hollow did not merely draw memory, it sought compliance, attention, a yielding of consciousness to its patient, insistent gravity. Each curve in the road, each shadow of a tree, each reflection of rain on asphalt became a potential vector for surrender. He understood fully that one misstep, one unguarded thought, and the hollow would take not just memory, but fragments of identity, threading imperceptibly into its spectral ledger like countless travelers before him. Suddenly, a figure emerged perceptually, materializing from the misty periphery of the windshield. It was human in shape, yet impossibly tall, its form stretched, its proportions subtly wrong, with eyes that flickered in and out of reality. The figure moved with a deliberate, gliding gait, never reaching the ground perceptibly, always hovering just above the wet asphalt. Dave froze momentarily, hands gripping the wheel, knuckles whitening, and the rain seemed to intensify in direct response, hammering the roof and windshield in rapid succession, synchronizing with the whispering chorus. The spectral figure did not speak. Instead, its presence transmitted directly into perception. Threads of pressure along nerves, muscles, sinews, an unrelenting insistence. Give, give, give. Instinctively, Dave pressed the accelerator slightly, and the figure receded perceptually, dissolving into the rain. Yet the whispers only intensified, layered over the rush of engine and tires, threading into perception with tactile precision. The hollow was not static. It followed, adapted, anticipated, always patient, always ready. The metallic scrape returned, perceptibly louder, resonating through the bus floor, synchronized with the whispering, as if the vehicle itself had become a conduit, a living extension of the hollow's reach. Each vibration threatened to pull attention, each echo a potential claim on memory. Yet Dave resisted, anchoring thoughts to the mechanics of motion, the tangible resistance of brakes and tires, the perceptible curve of the road ahead. Perceptually, the rain shifted. It no longer fell linearly, but moved in erratic sheets, colliding against windshield and roof, generating splashes that carried auditory hallucinations, faint, distorted cries, echoes of forgotten voices, fragments of conversation, laughter, weeping, all threading into the cabin with uncanny clarity. Dave realized that these were not hallucinations in the ordinary sense, but manifestations of the hollow, shaping sound and perception to coax, distract, and erode resistance. A whisper in the corner of his mind threaded directly into the auditory spectrum. One more memory, one more fragment. Give. He clenched his jaw, forcing each thought into linear, controlled awareness, resisting the implicit offer of surrender. Then the air horn sounded, long, deliberate, perceptually layered over multiple temporal realities. The first note was immediate, tangible, the next an echo from moments ago, the final lingering as a spectral resonance threading through perception. Each layer of the horn carried a warning. The hollow's influence was strong, but not unbreakable. Resistance was possible with meticulous attention. Dave exhaled sharply, focusing on the horn, letting it thread perceptibly through the whispers, synchronizing perception, rhythm, and cognition to resist the hollow's pull. The skeletal memory of previous travelers seemed to perceptibly align with this rhythm, a silent choir of guidance woven into the storm's auditory landscape. The road twisted perceptually, bends appearing where none should have existed, asphalt rippling in faint undulations that challenged proprioception. Shadows moved along the edges, some stretching into impossible geometries, others coalescing briefly into human shapes before dissipating in the periphery. Each flicker threatened to distract, each movement a potential siphon on attention and memory. Dave adjusted the wheel minutely, perceptually navigating through a landscape that was part physical, part spectral, part perceptual labyrinth. The whispers intensified further. Resist. Do not give. Hold. Drive. Do not sleep. Then came the subtle tactile feedback. The bus's suspension transmitted imperceptible shifts in weight, perceptually exaggerated into the feeling of hands pressing against the floor, a gentle, almost coaxing but insistent force, nudging him toward surrender. He pressed feet and hands more firmly, anchoring perceptual awareness, aware that the hollow did not demand overt compliance but sought erosion through distraction and fatigue. Each breath became a deliberate act of grounding, each blink a negotiation with the perceptual world that the hollow manipulated. With infinite patience, the storm began to shift perceptually again. The rain lessened in intensity, yet the whispers did not abate. Instead, they wove into the mechanical rhythm of the bus. Wipers, engine, tires, metal scraping subtly against unseen obstacles. The spectral air horn sounded once more, now a continuous note threading through perception like a tuning fork, aligning attention and cognition, providing the faintest anchor through the hollow's manipulations. Shadows stretched into elongated forms along the road, some perceptually resembling previous passengers, their spectral presence offering silent guidance, a warning to resist surrender. Dave realized with clarity that the hollow operated not in overt force but in persistent erosion, layering sound, pressure, and perception to slowly draw attention and memory into its spectral ledger. He maintained focus, each second a battle, each breath a negotiation. As the whispers, metallic scrapes, and rain-pattered rhythms threaded perceptibly into every nerve, he had survived the initial encounter with the tollkeeper, yet the hollow's presence was now fully embedded perceptually, extending along the road, the storm, and the cabin itself. And in that perception, Dave understood the full magnitude of the trial. To survive, he could not merely drive. He had to thread consciousness, attention, and memory into a precise rhythm, resist the hollow's eroding insistence, interpret spectral cues, and maintain the anchor of the present in a landscape that actively sought to fold perception, memory, and identity into its patient, insatiable will. The storm, the whispers, the spectral forms, the metallic scrapes, the air horn, the rain, all were not separate phenomena, but extensions of a singular intent, a conscious entity operating through perception, waiting for the moment of surrender, testing the limits of vigilance, patience, and resolve. As the first perceptual hints of an exit from the hollow's immediate influence appeared, faint markers, distant lights, subtle cues from spectral passengers, Dave exhaled sharply, perceptually aware of the constant, patient presence that would continue to follow, wait, and measure. The whispers faded slightly, now layered with the subtle guidance of prior travelers, threading perceptually through his consciousness as both warning and instruction. He understood fully that survival would require continued vigilance, perceptual acuity, and unbroken attention. Each curve, each shadow, each drop of rain, and each spectral sound carried the potential for surrender. Yet for now, he had maintained his hollowed self enough to proceed, perceptually threading the vehicle, the storm, and his own mind through the labyrinthine challenge, moving inexorably forward on a road layered with memory, perception, and patient, eternal demand. The storm thickened perceptually as Dave pressed forward, the road now entirely swallowed by darkness and mist, the edges of asphalt dissolving into a haze that distorted depth and distance. Rain fell in sheets, hammering the windshield and roof in relentless rhythm, each droplet a tactile pressure threading through consciousness, every splash a subtle insistence on surrender. Shadows coalesced in the peripheral vision, blurring into forms that sometimes resembled people, sometimes only the twisted shapes of trees, yet each carried the unmistakable weight of the hollow, perceptually pressing against Dave's awareness with deliberate, patient insistence. The air within the cabin felt heavier, thick with unseen presence, each breath a subtle negotiation with the space around him. Dave's eyes darted constantly, scanning the distorted road, the blurred reflections of headlights on wet asphalt, the trees that seemed to lean inward, waiting, watching, measuring his vigilance. The whispers had intensified into a layered chorus, perceptually threading through the rain, the engine, the tires, and even the faint metallic scrape that had persisted since the first encounter with the tollkeeper. Give, hollow, memories, forget, surrender. Each syllable vibrated through nerves, bone, and spine alike, tugging at attention and memory, seeking even the smallest lapse, the faintest lapse of concentration. Every blank threatened to open a window for the hollow to claim, every moment of doubt a potential toll. Ahead, perceptually warped shapes emerged from the storm. The remnants of trees, branches, and shadows coalesced into the faintest suggestion of figures, spectral passengers who had traversed this road before, their outlines flickering and shifting, perceptually both guide and warning. Their presence was silent yet insistent, threading perceptibly through the cabin, subtly anchoring awareness as Dave navigated curves that seemed to elongate unnaturally, twisting in ways impossible for a normal road. He realized with a visceral chill that the hollow was no longer confined to the toll plaza. It had spread along the route, perceptually threading into every surface, every sound, every rhythm of motion. The first direct perception of the tollkeeper since the booth appeared on the edge of the road, a lantern flickering, hovering perceptibly above the asphalt, moving with impossible, gliding motion. He did not speak, but the presence pressed perceptibly into the cabin, heavier than any physical weight, a gravity against the mind, tugging at fragments of memory and attention. The whispers had become indistinguishable from perception itself, now threaded into the hum of the engine, the hiss of tires, the staccato of rain, the squeak of wipers, memories. Give, empty, surrender, remember. Dave's pulse raced perceptually, the engine vibrating beneath him as though alive, resonating with the spectral insistence. The road seemed to twist in impossible ways, perceptually bending around corners that should not exist, dips and rises appearing only to collapse into each other, creating a labyrinthine challenge not of asphalt, but of perception. Shadows stretched along the sides, some resembling passengers, others distorted figures that hinted at previous travelers. Their presence palpable yet non-corporeal. Each movement was a test. Every flicker of perception, a trial in focus, vigilance, and resistance. The rain's rhythm shifted again, no longer uniform, now staccato bursts, interlaced with soft hissing. Each drop a perceptual probe threading into the cabin and into memory. The metallic scrape returned, perceptually amplified as if the bus floor itself were bending under invisible weight. Each vibration threading through bones and muscles, coaxing a slip, a lapse, a surrender of some hidden thought, some concealed recollection. Dave fought it, grounding each movement in physical reality, each breath in the tangible present, yet aware that the hollow's reach extended beyond perception, into cognition, into awareness, into identity itself. Then came the air horn, perceptually layered and distorted, resonating through multiple dimensions of time and memory. The first note was immediate, tangible, solid. The next echoed from moments ago, faint and spectral. The final lingered as a sustained vibration threading through consciousness, perceptually anchoring Dave amid the chaos. The sound seemed to carry guidance, a rhythm that, if followed, could counterbalance the hollow's insidious pull. Dave focused entirely on the horn's layers, synchronizing breath, attention, and perception with the echoing resonance, threading the bus, the storm, and his mind into a coherent rhythm. Shadows on the road elongated perceptually, some twisting into impossible angles, some forming indistinct humanoid shapes. Dave felt their presence pressing subtly yet insistently against his spine, threading perceptually into nerve endings. The whispers had multiplied, now indistinguishable from environmental noise, embedded into wipers' squeak, engine hum, tires hiss, even the soft splatter of rain against the windows. Give, hollow, memories, surrender, empty, remember, drive. Each syllable was a thread seeking to unravel awareness, to hollow Dave incrementally, perceptually demanding compliance, a subtle erosion of vigilance and identity. A sudden tactile perception jolted him. The bus floor seemed to shift underfoot, a subtle tilting, a pressure in specific areas, as if hands, intangible yet perceptible, pressed against his legs and feet, coaxing, testing, urging surrender. Dave pressed harder on the wheel, adjusted pedals deliberately, visualizing every movement, every shift, threading perception through action to resist, maintaining the delicate balance that allowed him to navigate both physical and perceptual labyrinth. The hollow responded instantaneously, perceptually amplifying whispers, shadows, vibrations, and rain, each element a test of endurance, attention, and memory. Then the tollkeeper emerged perceptually closer, lantern hovering at eye level in the distance, its light flickering and casting twisted shadows across the wet asphalt. He did not move conventionally, yet each flicker of his lantern bent perception, creating pathways in the storm that were both warning and trap. Dave felt the pull of sleep creeping, a perceptual fog attempting to claim fragments of attention, to hollow him sufficiently to demand surrender. The spectral air horn sounded again, perceptually layered, resonating with the storm, the whispers, and the bus itself. Each note threaded through nerves, bones, and muscles, anchoring him, synchronizing attention, and providing a narrow corridor of clarity through the oppressive presence of the hollow. As he advanced, the whispers became increasingly specific, threads of personal memory surfacing unbidden, fragments of journeys long past, conversations with friends, recollections of minor passengers, visual impressions of landscapes. Each memory was a potential toll, a thread the hollow could pull perceptibly into itself, eroding identity. Dave's hands shook on the wheel, each adjustment of throttle and brake a negotiation with unseen forces, each blink a momentary surrender he could ill afford. Yet he persisted, threading awareness through physicality, perception, and memory simultaneously, resisting the insidious draw. Perceptually, the rain shifted again, now interlaced with almost imperceptible static, a faint, high-frequency resonance that vibrated through the bus frame and seats. Shadows warped and coalesced perceptibly along the roadside, some forming faint humanoid silhouettes that flickered and vanished as Dave focused, others subtly blending with tree lines, impossible to isolate. The metallic scrape persisted, each note threading through perception with precise insistence, a tactile reminder of the hollow's ongoing, patient presence. The whispers had evolved further, now almost imperceptibly threaded into the vehicle's hum, the hiss of wipers, the tapping of rain. Do not give, resist, hold, drive, remember. Then came a sound that made Dave's blood perceptually thrum. A series of footsteps, impossible in origin, perceptually both above and below, front and rear, synchronized and yet out of sequence, echoing the pattern of the hollow itself. The steps pressed perceptually into every nerve, each one a subtle insistence, a test of attention, a probe for memory. Shadows along the road twisted and flickered in response, perceptual tricks that seemed to coax, lapse, or hesitation. The air horn sounded once more, a final, layered note threading through perception, guiding awareness, anchoring cognition, providing the corridor necessary for the final stretch of this spectral passage. Dave exhaled, perceptually aware of the looming crescendo, the hollow's insistent presence now surrounding the bus fully, whispering, tapping, scraping, vibrating, threading perceptually into every nerve, yet now met with deliberate, synchronized attention. He understood fully that the final trial would not be physical, but perceptual, cognitive, and psychological. To traverse the hollow without surrendering memory, to reach the perceptual edge where the tollkeeper's influence would wane, where spectral guidance of prior travelers could thread him safely forward. Each curve, each shadow, each vibration, each whisper was a test, each breath a negotiation, and Dave had to maintain unbroken awareness until the end. And so, perceptually threading rain, storm, whispers, air horn, shadows, metallic scrapes, and his own tenuous grasp on memory, Dave pressed forward into the hollow's final corridor, prepared for whatever unseen trial awaited, fully aware that surrender, even momentary, would cost far more than passage. It would claim fragments of self, threading them into the ledger of the tollkeeper, patiently awaiting the next traveler. The storm raged, perceptually thickened, and the whispers, layered and insistent, echoed relentlessly. Drive, resist, remember, do not give. The hollow waits. The storm had reached its full intensity. Yet perceptually, Dave was aware it had become something more than meteorology. It was now a presence, a sentient force interwoven with the hollow itself, pressing against his senses from every direction. Rain pattered against the windshield in a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his own heartbeat, each droplet resonating with the whispers that had haunted him for miles. Give, hollow, empty, surrender, remember. The bus, its engine, tires, and even the wipers had become a perceptual extension of the hollow, vibrating with every syllable, every insistence, every probing tendril of attention. Shadows along the road bent and twisted, perceptually stretching into forms both human and impossible, flickering with impossible angles, as though the forest itself had become aware of his journey and was participating in the trial. Ahead, perceptually warped and oscillating, the toll plaza appeared once more. It was not the structure he had seen earlier. This one seemed alive, its lights flickering in unnatural patterns, its metal surfaces warped and glinting with a wet reflective sheen that played tricks on perception. The lantern of the tollkeeper hovered at the edge of the booth, perceptually larger, more insistent, casting shadows that writhed across asphalt and trees. His presence, though physically distant, pressed against the cabin like a gravitational force, tugging at fragments of memory and awareness, threading into cognition with the patient inevitability of time itself. The whispers intensified perceptually, layering over the rhythm of the storm, engine, tires, and wipers, threading perceptibly into every nerve. Give, hollow, memories, forget, surrender, choose. Dave realized, with a chilling clarity, that the toll-keeper no longer sought payment in any conventional form. The hollow demanded something far more intimate. The voluntary surrender of self, a fragment of awareness, a hollowed space within memory that could serve as currency. The road, the storm, and the spectral toll plaza had become a convergence of perception and reality, each layer manipulating attention, each syllable testing resolve. He slowed perceptually as he approached the booth, the metallic scrape beneath the bus floor rising in resonance, as though the vehicle itself were aware of the proximity of the final trial. The rain's rhythm intensified into staccato bursts that hammered against the perception of nerves and muscles, each drop synchronized with the whispering insistence. Shadows along the roadside coalesced perceptually into faint humanoid forms, passengers of past journeys, their spectral presence a warning and a guide simultaneously. The air horn sounded faintly in the distance, distorted and layered, perceptually echoing through multiple temporal realities. A signal, a tether, a thread through which resistance could be maintained. Dave's pulse raced as the bus entered the perceptual domain of the toll plaza. Lantern light flickered across wet asphalt, stretching shadows into impossible dimensions. The tollkeeper himself emerged perceptually from the booth, his form larger than life, yet with features subtly distorted, eyes glinting with both ancient patience and insatiable need. He did not speak in words. Instead, he radiated perception, pressure threading directly into the cabin, tugging at fragments of memory, probing for gaps, searching for the hollow space within Dave's awareness that could serve as toll. The whispers now carried perceptual specificity: choose, give, hollow, empty, remember, surrender, replace, one more. Each syllable threaded perceptibly into vision, hearing, tactile awareness, as if the hollow itself had become multisensory, embedding in every nerve, every muscle, every synapse. Shadows along the road and in the mist twisted into elongated forms, some indistinguishable from passengers he had seen on earlier journeys, others new, yet all pressing perceptually with subtle insistence. The metallic scrape under the bus grew perceptibly louder, synchronized with the rhythm of rain and whispers, creating an immersive layer that threatened to overwhelm the senses entirely. The air horn sounded again, longer and more layered, each pulse threading through perception, guiding focus, anchoring attention to tangible reality. Dave realized fully that the tollkeeper did not merely demand memory, but compliance and choice. The hollow could be satisfied only if a conscious act was made, a deliberate surrender, a substitution that allowed passage. The weight of possibility pressed perceptually against him, each decision a thread he had to navigate with precision, each hesitation a potential cost in lost fragments of self. Perceptually, the bus's vibration shifted subtly, as if the vehicle itself were testing the integrity of attention, the presence of awareness, threading small oscillations through floor and steering column. Shadows along the road writhed in sync with whispers, now perceptually indistinguishable from sound, motion, and perception itself. Dave forced focus, aligning breath, pulse, perception, and memory into a rhythm synchronized with the echoing air horn, threading the hollow's influence into a channel that allowed navigation without full surrender. The rain, the storm, the whispers, and the spectral tollkeeper's lantern were all part of a layered, multi-sensory labyrinth he had to traverse, while maintaining coherence of mind and memory. Then the tollkeeper's perceptual pressure intensified, and Dave felt the weight of the hollow converge into a single point. The whispers sharpened into intelligible words, perceptually threading through tactile and auditory senses. Choose one to replace, or surrender entirely. memories empty, pay with hollow. Shadows along the roadside formed distinct figures perceptually, each representing a potential sacrifice, each pressing for acknowledgement, each threaded into the bus's perceptual field. Dave understood that this was the climax. The hollow required a conscious, deliberate act to pass, a perceptual negotiation of self and observer. His mind raced, visualizing each potential outcome, each fragment of memory at risk, each spectral presence poised to claim attention. The road twisted perceptually, curves and dips appearing and vanishing, shadows bending and elongating in impossible geometries. The whispers, metallic scrapes, rain, and storm coalesced into a multi-layered sensory tapestry, threading directly into cognition, each element demanding engagement, each pulse testing resolve. Dave's hands gripped the wheel with white-knuckled intensity, feet anchored, breath synchronized, eyes scanning perceptual cues, balancing focus across multiple planes of reality simultaneously. The tollkeeper extended an intangible hand perceptually, lantern flickering with spectral insistence. Shadows of previous travelers flickered along the edges, perceptually threading warnings and guidance. Dave realized fully that the hollow's ultimate demand was not random, not enforced through direct force, but through perceptual alignment. Surrender could be avoided, but only by threading awareness and choice precisely, consciously, through the layered realities of storm, whispers, and spectral presence. He chose. With deliberate perception, he identified a faint, shadowy figure among the peripheral spectral passengers, a fragment perceptually distinct, representing a traveler whose memory and attention could be offered as toll. He pressed foot and hand in a synchronized act, threading the bus along the precise path of curves, shadows, and whispers. The chosen figure flickered perceptually, a sudden, almost imperceptible ripple through the storm, and then vanished, the hollow's pressure lessening immediately in response. The air horn sounded, layered yet perceptibly clearer, harmonizing with the storm and vanishing whispers. The bus now moved perceptually forward through the remaining road, shadows bending away, rain thinning perceptually, and the metallic scrape receding to faint, background resonance. The tollkeeper remained perceptually visible for a fleeting instant, lantern flickering, eyes glinting with patient approval. The hollow, though still present in the storm, the road, and the vehicle, had relented, its immediate demand met through conscious choice. The whispers receded, now distant, threading perceptually only at the edges, a reminder of the ever-present possibility of return, of trials yet to come. The spectral air horn sounded one final note, perceptually anchoring Dave fully in the tangible world, threading perception, memory, and attention into a coherent present. Dave exhaled, perceptually exhausted, aware that he had traversed not just a road, but layers of perception, memory, and spectral insistence, threading conscious choice through the patient, insatiable will of the hollow. The storm thinned perceptually as the first glimmers of dawn appeared, subtle markers along the roadside providing tangible confirmation of passage, spectral shadows dissipating into the mist. He understood fully that the tollkeeper's demand had been met, not with the surrender of memory or self, but through deliberate, conscious alignment of perception, a negotiation that allowed survival while preserving essential fragments of identity. And as the road straightened perceptually into clearer asphalt and visible markers, Dave realized with lingering spectral awareness that the hollow remained patient and eternal, always observing, always waiting, always threading reality with perception, prepared to test the next traveler who would approach the toll plaza, the lantern flickering in the distance, the whispers threading perceptually into the edges of consciousness, ready to claim the unwary, patient beyond comprehension. Eternal and insatiable, the portrait of the curator. Alice had always been drawn to the silent stories that objects carried, the hidden whispers of history trapped in pigment, canvas, and wood, yet nothing in her years of scholarly pursuit had prepared her for the oppressive stillness that seemed to saturate the old Ashford Museum. The building itself was a relic, a Victorian structure perched precariously on a cobbled street. Its once grand facade faded to an austere gray, bricks dulled and weathered as though the passage of time had been intentionally muted here. Entering through the heavy oak doors, Alice was immediately struck by the scent of aged varnish and dust, an odor so thick it clung to her skin and hair, weaving into her thoughts, merging memory with perception, as if the building itself demanded a concession of attention, a small surrender to its accumulated history. Her footsteps echoed on the marble floors, each tap of her heels sending tremors of sound into the cavernous halls, ricocheting from wall to wall, distorting and elongating until the echoes became a chorus of invisible presences. Somewhere above, a chandelier swayed gently, though no draft could be felt, and the faint metallic tinkle of crystal whispered intermittently, adding an eerie punctuation to the silence. Alice's assignment was ostensibly simple: catalog and organize the museum's long-neglected collection of paintings, many of which had remained untouched for decades. She had been warned that the archive held pieces rarely displayed, works whose provenance was obscure, but nothing prepared her for the file she received that listed a single portrait. The curator, Arthur. The name alone carried a faint weight. A historical footnote noted only that he had died in the building, his death officially labeled a suicide, his office found in disarray, as though in the last hours he had struggled against something unseen. The details were scarce, almost deliberately so, yet the air around the portrait felt charged from the moment she was handed its catalog description. The first night she spent in the museum, moving through its dimly lit galleries, Alice felt the oppressive quiet pressing inward, each shadow seeming to thicken and lean perceptually closer. When she reached the room containing Arthur's portrait, she froze for the first time. The painting was draped in a thick gray cloth, suspended against a wall of soot-darkened paneling. Even beneath the cover, she could feel the brushstroke's power, the subtle swell of paint forming the shape of a man, rigid yet somehow palpably alive in its containment. The air itself seemed to thrum in response, a low vibration perceptually threading through the room, brushing against her skin, tugging at nerve endings, making every hair on her arms rise. She lifted the cloth, revealing Arthur for the first time, and was immediately struck by the way his face seemed to insist upon recognition. Though obscured by a heavy scarf drawn across the lower portion of the visage, the eyes pierced perceptually through the dim light, haunting in their intensity, the brushwork capturing not merely a likeness but the perceptual impression of presence. The scarf itself seemed almost tangible, the folds carrying a subtle texture perceptually suggesting touch, a woven barrier guarding something unseen beneath. Night after night, Alice returned to the gallery, cataloging other works, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn back to Arthur's portrait. Each evening, the faint scent of old varnish seemed heavier, more pungent, mixing perceptually with an undertone that she could not name, a subtle suggestion of decay and time stopped. Footsteps echoed perceptually in the empty hall as she approached. Though she was alone, the sound stretching and folding, occasionally sounding behind her, sometimes alongside, but never clearly sourced. Occasionally, she thought she heard a faint whisper, almost imperceptible, the low vibration threading through the stillness of the gallery. Watch, follow, notice. She dismissed it as a trick of the acoustics, yet a growing disquiet tugged at her attention, insisting upon consideration, threading her thoughts with a tension she could not explain. One evening, as the winter wind rattled against the museum's old panes, Alice perceived the scarf shifting perceptually against the brushstrokes, as though it had weight independent of the canvas. The movement was subtle at first, perceptually akin to the settling of a heavy curtain, but then she realized the folds were elongating perceptually, the scarf inching downward, revealing faint glimpses of skin beneath, rendered not in color but in shadow and brushwork. Her pulse quickened. Each step closer to the portrait made the room seem to tilt perceptually, walls bending slightly in her peripheral vision, the marble floor echoing her own heartbeat with uncanny synchronization. She felt as though the portrait was perceptually breathing, the eyes following her across the gallery with patient insistence, threading attention directly into her perception. The more nights she spent alone, the more Alice sensed the room reshaping around the portrait. Shadows stretched along the edges of the panels, perceptually coalescing into forms suggestive of human silhouettes, ephemeral and fleeting, bending with impossible geometry as though the room itself were a living organism reacting to her attention. The faint smell of varnish occasionally gave way to a richer, heavier scent, perceptually like aged paper and iron, subtle and insistent, threading into her awareness without clear source. And always there was the sound, a low, persistent sough, the faint scratch of brush against canvas, perceptually amplified in her mind, the whispered moan emerging from the frame, perceptually entangled with the echo of her own movements. Footsteps on the marble seemed to multiply, reverberating in impossible directions, overlapping, layering perceptually over her own gait until she could not trust the source. Gradually, Alice began to perceive more clearly the pattern. Each time she drew nearer, the scarf slipped perceptually a little further, revealing more, yet never enough to satisfy direct observation. The eyes of the portrait, perceptually alive, seemed to measure her attention, assessing her perceptual thresholds, threading subtly into her thoughts, embedding a rhythm that she could not entirely separate from her own pulse. The gallery, normally static, felt responsive. The candelabra flickered, even though no breeze could reach it. Shadows danced in time with her approach, the floorboards subtly vibrating beneath her feet. Even the faint tick of a distant clock seemed warped, stretching and contracting in perceptual accord with her heartbeat, reinforcing the sense that the museum itself was aligned perceptually with the painting, or perhaps with something inhabiting it. One night, as she catalogued nearby works, a sudden creak of the marble floor made her spin perceptually in the direction of the portrait. The scarf had perceptibly moved further down, revealing faint contour lines that suggested not Arthur, but something else entirely. Her eyes traced the shadows perceptually, perceiving brushstrokes that seemed to shift subtly, the pattern of pigment suggesting not the face of a man, but the beginnings of something horrifyingly familiar. Her own features, rendered in anguish and silent scream, trapped perceptually beneath the paint. The scarf slipped perceptually a final fraction, leaving her staring into a version of herself suspended eternally in shadow and pigment. A cold, almost tangible weight pressed perceptually on her chest, threading through lungs and ribs, pulling at awareness, tugging at the edges of cognition as though attempting to align perception fully with the portrait's intention. Alice stumbled backward perceptually, her breathing shallow and rapid, ears ringing with the metallic scrape of invisible brush against canvas. The gallery walls seemed to close perceptually, the floor tilting ever so slightly, shadows condensing into forms that pressed perceptually against her peripheral vision, indistinct, yet unmistakable. The moan emanating from the portrait's frame grew perceptually stronger, layered over with the faint sough of the winter wind, echoing her own gasps and footsteps in a dissonant symphony of perception. She could hear the subtle shift of marble beneath spectral feet, the soft, rhythmic tap of heels that were not hers but aligned precisely with her movement. Each sound threaded into her awareness, entwining perception, memory, and body, until she felt entirely ensnared, her senses indistinguishably merged with the room, the frame, and the spectral subject within. By the time she reached the portrait perceptually, the scarf lay fully down, revealing the face entirely. Alice's reflection and pigment, framed in shadow, locked perceptually with her gaze. The eyes were hers, the mouth twisted in silent anguish, the brushwork exuding a palpable, almost tactile despair. The moaning escalated, perceptually vibrating through the gallery, brushing against the walls, threading into marble, wood, and plaster, the echoes wrapping around her perception. She realized with a visceral certainty that Arthur had not died by his own hand. His identity had been consumed, folded into the painting by a conscious, malevolent force. The subject was no longer merely painted. It was a trap, a perceptual predator, seeking to ensnare anyone who engaged with its gaze. Alice understood instantly that to survive, she would need to act decisively. Every second she lingered perceptually amplified the threat, the gallery aligning fully with the painting, shadows thickening, footsteps layering with her own, whispers threading perceptually through the floorboards, walls, and ceiling. Stay, join, frame, observe. Her pulse matched the rhythm of the moan perceptually. each beat a test of composure. With a final, conscious breath, she reached perceptually for the edge of the frame, hands trembling yet determined, threading every sense into the act of separation. The painting's weight seemed to press perceptually against her, each muscle a negotiation with the subject, the scarf now inert, merely a perceptual placeholder for the trap she was dismantling. As she lifted the painting perceptually from its mounting, the moan fractured into a series of high-pitched wails, perceptually threading through walls and ceiling, then fading into silence, leaving only the subtle, lingering texture of varnish and shadow. Alice exhaled, perceptually exhausted, aware that the danger had not entirely passed, but that she had disrupted the perceptual trap, removed the subject from its gallery anchoring, and reasserted agency over her own perception and identity. For now, the gallery was silent, shadows realigned with physical space, footsteps returned to predictability, and the oppressive pull of the subject was replaced by a tenuous stillness that carried both relief and lingering unease. Alice knew the painting remained dangerous, a predator in pigment, yet she had survived the first engagement, threading awareness, action, and perceptual acuity to emerge intact. The Ashford Museum had revealed its first secret. The next night would demand even greater vigilance. The following night, Alice returned to the Ashford Museum with a mixture of anticipation and dread, each step along the cobblestone street resonating perceptually through her nerves, vibrating in rhythm with the low murmur of winter wind that threaded perceptually through the skeletal branches of nearby trees. The museum itself loomed against the dimly lit street like a sentinel of memory, its Gothic windows reflecting the pale light of flickering street lamps, each pane seeming to contain not merely reflection but perceptual depths, where shadowed forms shifted subtly, almost consciously. Within, her breath fogged in the chill, curling into the air and vanishing perceptually as the museum doors closed behind her with a resonant thud, a sound that vibrated along her spine, threading perceptually into her heartbeat, aligning attention with the unseen rhythms of the building itself. From the moment she stepped into the grand hallway, the museum seemed to exhale perceptually around her. Floorboards groaned subtly under the weight of her steps, though nothing seemed misaligned. The echoes of her movements returned not as predictable repetitions, but layered, overlapping in time, sometimes slightly delayed, sometimes accelerated, perceptually producing a sensation of walking through space that was not entirely stable. Her eyes instinctively sought the gallery where Arthur's portrait was kept, the memory of its shifting scarf and the emerging familiarity of her own features etched deep into her perceptual map of the museum. As she moved down the corridor, the faint metallic scrape of unseen feet accompanied her, perceptually synchronized yet not causal, the rhythm threading through perception in a way that tugged at attention and induced a slow, creeping disorientation. Upon entering the gallery, she immediately noted perceptual changes from the night before. The shadows along the walls seemed deeper, perceptually layered with movement that resisted immediate localization, as if the room itself was subtly undulating, breathing in and out in response to her presence. The scarf on the portrait had shifted perceptually again, sliding imperceptibly downward in the flickering candlelight that danced along the frame, though no direct source of illumination beyond the low, ambient glow of wall sconces could account for the perception. A faint sound accompanied the movement, the subtle sough of cloth against canvas, a soft rustling that threaded perceptually through the gallery air, layering with the distant echo of her own footsteps, making it difficult to discern where one sound ended and another began. Alice approached the painting, each step deliberate, feeling the perceptual weight of anticipation pressing through her body. The scarf, now perceptually halfway down, revealed more than mere fabric. Subtle contours of skin appeared, rendered in brushstrokes that captured the uncanny texture of flesh, almost tangible to touch. Her pulse quickened, perceptually resonating with the rhythm of the faint moan that emanated from the frame, a sound neither fully external nor internal, threading directly into her awareness, vibrating through the gallery walls and floorboards in a dissonant harmony that suggested sentience. The eyes of the portrait seemed perceptually alive, glimmering with a shifting intensity that alternated between observation and insistence, compelling recognition, yet threatening engagement. Over the next several hours, Alice meticulously documented the surrounding collection, but her attention was constantly drawn back to the portrait. Each glance perceptually extended the scarf's descent, revealing increments of what she now understood to be her own likeness subtly emerging beneath the brushwork. Shadows along the room's edges seemed to shift perceptually in response, stretching unnaturally, forming angles that could not exist in three-dimensional space, perceptually suggesting a distortion not only of the room, but of spatial reality itself. The faint sough of the scarf, the moaning from the frame, and the layered echoes of her footsteps created a multi-sensory tapestry that threaded perceptually through every nerve, compelling heightened awareness, yet simultaneously threatening to overwhelm. As the night deepened, the perceptual intensity increased. Faint reflections appeared in polished surfaces, marble, glass, and varnished wood, showing the gallery filled with figures that did not exist. Shadowy presences coalescing around the periphery of perception, all directed toward the portrait. The air grew perceptibly heavier, as if saturated with the weight of unobserved years and suppressed anguish. A soft, rhythmic scraping emerged perceptually from the base of the frame, almost like nails drawn along the wooden stretcher, threading through vibration into the floor, resonating perceptually in her feet and hands. Each vibration seemed to carry a memory, or a whisper of past suffering, perceptually layering with the moan, with the wind beyond the windows, with the pulse of her own heartbeat, creating a perceptual convergence of multiple temporal and sensory layers. Alice realized with growing clarity that the portrait was no longer merely an object, but an entity perceptually linked to the room, to herself, and to the perceptual architecture of memory and identity. Each shift of the scarf revealed not only her likeness, but subtle distortions, the eyes slightly elongated, mouth corners pulled into a faint, imperceptible grimace, the brushwork suggesting movement that could not exist in reality, perceptually threading a sense of life into the pigment itself. The gallery, perceptually, seemed to pulse in alignment with the portrait, shadows advancing perceptually toward her with each blink, each minor movement, until she was aware that stationary observation alone was insufficient. Interaction was demanded, yet fraught with danger. Midnight arrived perceptually without warning, the shadows thickening perceptually, stretching along the floor and ceiling, forming subtle, humanoid distortions that mirrored her posture and gestures. The moan from the frame grew perceptually louder, layered with faint whispers threading perceptually through walls and floorboards. Stay, become, observe, trapped. Alice's perception became acutely tuned, every sound, texture, and visual cue threading perceptually into attention, forcing continuous, deliberate negotiation with the environment. Even the scarf's fabric carried perceptual weight, brushing imperceptibly against the painted surface, as though the act of movement itself required acknowledgement, threading her perception further into the web of the subject. In a moment of extreme perceptual clarity, she noticed the painting's surface subtly undulating, imperceptibly at first, but perceptually becoming more pronounced. The canvas no longer merely reflected pigment, it seemed to flex, perceptually expanding and contracting, as though inhaling and exhaling. The moaning, now perceptually synchronized with the movement, threaded through the room, causing the shadows to ripple, the air to thicken, the floorboards to vibrate subtly beneath her boots. She reached out perceptually, brushing a fingertip along the edge of the frame, and felt an almost tactile resistance, perceptually as though the canvas itself were attempting to draw her into its layered dimensions. Alice's reflection within the painting perceptually intensified. The eyes now followed every micro-movement of her hand. The grimace at her lips perceptually mirrored even the subtlest tension in her jaw. The scarf had descended nearly fully, revealing the entirety of the face that was increasingly, perceptually, her own. Panic threaded perceptually through her attention. Each heartbeat seemed to echo in the gallery with amplified resonance, aligning with the moan and whispers. Shadows pressed perceptually against the corners, their forms now identifiable as distorted amalgamations of previous staff and visitors whose presence had been subtly hinted at before, perceptually coalescing to witness, to observe, To enforce the binding power of the subject, time became perceptually elastic. The clock on the far wall ticked unevenly, each perceptual second stretching or contracting in tandem with the subtle undulations of the canvas. The gallery air was thick with perceptual texture, the faint metallic tang of old nails and wood, the musty richness of aged paint, the perceptual vibration of unseen footsteps, all coalescing into a layered, immersive field of attention that threatened to overwhelm ordinary perception. Alice understood that inaction would result in perceptual assimilation. Her awareness, identity, and perceptual boundaries risked being subsumed by the painting's will, perceptually dissolving into the subject itself. With deliberate, perceptual focus, she began to plan the next steps. Every motion would need to be calculated, perceptually synchronized with the undulations, the moaning, the shifting shadows, the weight of the scarf, and the emerging visage within the canvas. The gallery's architecture itself seemed to assist, perceptually guiding her, shadows shifting to provide pathways, echoes accentuating perceptual cues, all threads interwoven into a complex web that demanded careful navigation. To approach the frame, to touch the edge, to manipulate it, she needed perceptual precision and resolve. One misstep, one lapse in attention, would allow the subject to fully entangle her consciousness. By the end of the night, Alice had successfully aligned perception, movement, and timing, inching perceptually closer to the frame while maintaining awareness of every shifting shadow, every auditory ripple, every tactile suggestion threading through her nerves. She understood that the scarf's descent was both a warning and a guide, perceptually indicating the critical threshold at which action must be taken to prevent full assimilation. As dawn approached perceptually, the gallery seemed to release a fraction of its tension, the shadows subtly retracting, the moan diminishing, leaving Alice suspended in a delicate balance between the tangible and the perceptually threatened, poised on the edge of further engagement with the subject that now bore her likeness. The nights in the Ashford Museum had begun to fuse into one continuous stretch of perceptual unease for Alice. Each return to the gallery brought with it an escalating tension, an almost sentient expectation radiating from the portrait. The scarf, now fully descended the previous night, had revealed her likeness entirely. Yet it was not merely a reflection, it was an interrogation. The eyes seemed to measure her attention, threading into her cognition, pulling at subtle recesses of memory she hadn't thought to access. Each blink threatened to synchronize with the canvas, each inhalation with the moan emanating from the frame, each step with the shadowed distortions coalescing perceptually around her. The gallery had ceased to feel like a static space. It was a responsive organism, attuned to her perceptions, capable of altering itself in response to microgestures. Entering the museum, the cold air bit through her coat, yet inside, a different chill threaded perceptually through her bones, independent of temperature. The floorboards groaned underfoot, yet she knew from experience that these groans were less structural and more psychological, perceptual echoes amplified by her heightened attention. She noted the walls shifting subtly in peripheral vision, corners that seemed to lengthen and angles that subtly bent as though the architecture itself were pliable. Shadows stretched perceptually into corridors she hadn't noticed before, darkened veils that seemed to watch, waiting, subtly shifting in rhythm with her heartbeat. The soundscape of the gallery had changed. The moan now overlapped with faint whispers, unintelligible but laden with insistence. Stay, see, become. Alice's approach to the portrait was deliberate, each step measured. The scarf, though inert, carried perceptual weight as if the fibers themselves resisted proximity, pulling at the ambient air. She could feel a vibration, low and continuous, threading from frame to floor, through the soles of her boots, and into her spine. The painting itself seemed to pulse, perceptually, with a rhythm aligned with her anxiety, the shadows along the walls stretching toward her like subtle tendrils, perceptually binding attention to the canvas. She paused just short of the pedestal, breath shallow, ears attuned to the near-silent hiss of painted air, the imperceptible brushstroke scratches amplified into a spectral symphony. The gallery's ambient soundscape now incorporated the faint, deliberate tapping of heels not hers, perceptually overlaid with a delay, as if someone or something were tracing her path. The moan from the portrait intensified perceptually, threading with these steps into an auditory pattern that seemed to anticipate her movements, creating the sensation that her own body was mapped, measured, and manipulated by the canvas. She extended a hand perceptually, brushing the edge of the frame. Resistance met her fingertips, not tangible, but perceptual, as though the canvas itself were a living membrane, flexing against intrusion. The scarf was a trap, a marker of the threshold beyond which perceptual assimilation began, and she felt the subject probing for weakness in her focus. Her eyes traced the painted visage, noting the subtle distortions that had emerged over the previous nights. Her features were now perceptually exaggerated. The mouth stretched into imperceptible arcs of anguish. The eyes deepened into hollows that seemed capable of drawing perceptual attention inward, threatening to swallow awareness. The brushwork, perceptually fluid, shifted minutely, suggesting movement, the impression of life not anchored to reality but to perception itself. Alice realized with visceral clarity that inattention would result in assimilation. She would be folded into the painting's perceptual field, her identity dissolved into pigment, shadows, and moan. A sudden, subtle shift occurred perceptually. The gallery floor vibrated, not in the uniform way of boards settling, but as though some force beneath the museum were rearranging the perceptual space. The shadows thickened perceptually at the edges of her vision, condensing into humanoid forms, spectral observers who mirrored her posture, perceptually reinforcing the power of the subject. Their faces were indistinct, perceptually suggested by the layering of darkness and subtle highlights, yet their attention was tangible, perceptually pressing against her awareness. The moan split into multiple layers, perceptually echoing through walls, floorboards, and ceiling, overlapping with whispers. Join. Frame. See. Alice understood the necessity of deliberate, synchronized action. Movement without attention would result in perceptual engulfment, hesitation, in assimilation. She approached the pedestal perceptually, every micro-gesture aligned with subtle cues from the gallery itself, shadows stretching to indicate safe paths, echoes of footsteps suggesting alignment, brushstroke vibrations hinting at thresholds. The scarf, though physically unmoved, felt perceptually pliable, subtly bending with intention, as if responding to the thread of her perceptual focus. She extended both hands perceptually, placing palms against the edge of the frame. A pressure built, low and pervasive, threading through nerve endings, a subtle pull attempting to draw her perceptually into the canvas. The moan from the painting intensified, a layered chorus of distorted breath, threading with the whispers and tapping footsteps into a composite that threatened to overwhelm sensory processing. Shadows along the walls flinched perceptually, forming arcs that suggested enclosures, perceptual cages designed to confine attention, guiding perceptual movement toward the canvas. Alice braced herself, threading perceptual acuity into every facet of interaction. She felt the subtle, almost tangible brush of canvas against fingertips, each micro-vibration carrying the history of the subject's entrapments, the perceptual echo of those folded into the painting before her. She visualized a path through the gallery, perceptually mapping the interplay of shadow, echo, moan, and spatial deformation. Every step, every tilt of the head, every blink was calculated, perceptually negotiating the subject's influence, threading awareness to avoid perceptual collapse. The scarf, perceptually inert yet perceptually alive, now lay fully down, revealing her likeness in stark relief, a visage of anguish and silent scream. The eyes of the painting seemed to track micro-movements, perceptually aligning with her attention, threading directly into cognition. Alice's breath synchronized with the moan, perceptually, threatening to align involuntary rhythm with the canvas's intent. A sudden, almost imperceptible motion occurred. Perceptually, the face in the portrait shifted, perceptually mirroring her own micro-expression, the mouth opening slightly. A silent scream threaded through brushstroke and shadow, perceptually suggesting imminent engulfment. Alice realized that to disengage from the perceptual trap, she needed to act beyond observation. Manipulation of the frame, a perceptual assertion of self against the subject. She repositioned hands, lifting slightly at the edge of the canvas, threading perceptual force to resist the pull. The moan fractured perceptually, splitting into layers that intertwined with whispers, footsteps, and shadow movements. The gallery walls seemed to bend perceptually, responding to the subtle conflict between subject and observer. Each pulse of the floorboards resonated perceptually with her heartbeat, every vibration an ambient challenge to maintain perceptual integrity. Minutes stretched perceptually into hours. The gallery was alive with perceptual feedback loops. Shadows extended, curled, and recoiled. Whispers layered over the moan, each thread subtly counteracting the others. The scarf remained perceptually poised, a threshold not yet crossed, a warning signal for the impending perceptual assimilation. Alice's hands gripped the frame perceptually, exerting a measured resistance, threading perceptual agency into the interaction, asserting self against the subject's pull. By the night's end, Alice had maneuvered perceptually the frame into a slight tilt, creating a perceptual misalignment that disrupted the subject's perceptual dominance. The moan diminished, layered echoes dissipated, shadows subtly retreated, leaving the gallery in a tenuous, perceptually stable state. She understood that the portrait remained potent, its influence dormant, yet perceptually aware, waiting for another engagement. For now, she had asserted agency, threading perception, action, and attention into a temporary reprieve. Yet the cost was perceptual fatigue, a deep, lingering awareness of the subject's capacity, and the knowledge that the gallery and the painting would demand further confrontation. The following evening, Alice returned to the Ashford Museum with a mind tense, yet a deliberate resolve threading perceptually through every step. The previous night's encounter with the subject had left her exhausted, her perception stretched thin by the subtle but overwhelming interplay of shadows, whispers, and the faint but insistent pull of the painting. She had left the gallery with the knowledge that the scarf, now fully descended, too revealed her likeness entirely. Yet its presence seemed alive, perceptually waiting for her return. The museum itself seemed aware of her intent, the corridors bending subtly, perceptually extending and contracting in ways that suggested an architecture with deliberate, sentient intent. From the moment she entered the gallery, a low hum resonated perceptually, threading through the floorboards, through the air, through the walls, and into her bones. The shadows along the walls were no longer merely distortions. They were perceptual extensions of the subject, reaching toward her with a slow, deliberate intent, coiling around columns and pedestals, perceptually curling around her presence like sentient tendrils. The moaning, perceptually intensified, layered with whispers now clearly enunciated in fragments. Become, join, remain. The gallery air was thick with perceptual texture, faint metallic tangs, subtle drafts that seemed to move against the expected air currents, the brush of invisible fabric along her arms. Each element threaded perceptually into her attention, demanding constant negotiation between observation and action. Alice approached the pedestal, feeling the perceptual pull of the canvas. The scarf, though physically inert, seemed perceptually pliable, bending subtly as though aware of her proximity. Her fingertips brushed the edge, and the canvas resisted, flexing perceptually against her touch, vibrating with low-frequency energy that threaded through nerves into cognition. The face within the painting had shifted. Her features now bore not only anguish, but subtle expressions of terror, subtle micro-twists of the mouth and eyes that she recognized as her own, but altered, exaggerated, threaded with the pain and fear of all those who had been folded into the subject before. Shadows along the floor mirrored her posture, perceptually duplicating micro-movements, creating the sensation that the gallery itself was alive, aligning perception to maximize influence. A sudden, subtle shift occurred. The painting's surface perceptually undulated, almost imperceptibly at first, then more pronounced. The canvas seemed to breathe, drawing perceptually in and exhaling, creating a pressure against attention threading perceptually through floorboards, walls, and air. The moan fractured into multiple layers, overlapping with whispers, footsteps, and imperceptible fabric rustles. The gallery seemed to pulse with the subject's perceptual awareness, testing limits, threading every possible perceptual channel into its influence. Alice realized with cold clarity that inaction, hesitation, or distraction would allow full perceptual assimilation. Her identity, her consciousness, her awareness would be absorbed into pigment, shadow, and moan. Every movement now required deliberate, synchronized perceptual alignment. Shadows shifted to provide subtle guidance. Echoes highlighted thresholds. Brushstroke vibrations indicated the edges of influence. Alice navigated the gallery with micro-precision, perceptually threading her attention into the environment, resisting the pull of the canvas while preparing for direct confrontation. The scarf's fibers seemed to thicken perceptually, vibrating in response to intention, a subtle tactile suggestion of imminent engagement. Every step brought the subtle sensation of being observed not only by the portrait but by layered perceptual echoes of past staff, visitors, and previous subjects, all folded into the canvas's influence. Suddenly, the ambient moan coalesced perceptually into a distinct rhythm, synchronizing with the movement of shadows along the walls. The gallery floor vibrated, subtle but persistent, a perceptual feedback loop aligned with Alice's heartbeat. She realized the subject was attempting to induce involuntary synchronization. If her perceptual rhythms aligned fully with the painting, assimilation would accelerate. She paused, inhaling perceptually, deliberately desynchronizing awareness from the pulsing, resisting the subtle hypnotic pull threaded through air, floorboards, and shadows. The scarf, perceptually alive, shifted slightly, revealing not only her likeness but perceptual distortions, eyes subtly elongating, mouth corners curling downward, micro-expressions threading into perceptual memory, imprinting themselves into awareness. Alice felt the subtle tug of the canvas, an almost gravitational pull that threatened to draw perceptually, to fold consciousness into pigment. Shadows advanced perceptually, curling along the gallery edges, the whispers intensifying. Remain, merge, join. The moan now carried layers of imperceptible speech, threading perceptually into cognition. Memories of fear, longing, despair, subtle but undeniable, pressing perceptually against the boundary of self. Alice reached the critical point of confrontation. Hands on the frame, she perceived not resistance but negotiation. The canvas flexed perceptually, testing intent, probing awareness, threading perceptual queries into micro-muscle movements, into blink patterns, into breath. Every flicker of shadow, every subtle vibration of floorboards, every whisper was a prompt, perceptually nudging her toward either surrender or assertion. The scarf now lay fully aside, and the painted eyes of her likeness fixed on her, perceptually locking attention, threading neural pathways with uncanny precision, testing the integrity of perceptual boundaries. With deliberate, perceptual focus, Alice initiated action. She pressed firmly along the edges of the canvas, perceptually asserting presence, threading tactile engagement into intention. The moan fractured into multiple layers, perceptually overlaid with the whispers, footsteps, and rustling fabric. Shadows recoiled slightly, perceptually indicating a crack in the subject's influence. The canvas flexed in opposition, perceptually undulating, threatening to overwhelm attention. Yet Alice maintained the delicate balance, threading cognition, perception, and motor control into synchronized resistance. Time itself became perceptually elastic, each second stretching and contracting in alignment with the undulations of the painting. The gallery seemed to pulse with perceptual pressure, shadows advancing and receding, floorboards vibrating subtly, whispers layering, moan fragmenting into perceptual threads that could either ensnare or guide. Alice's body responded to the perceptual cues, micro-adjustments of posture, breath synchronization, deliberate eye movements, all threading into the delicate negotiation with the subject. The scarf, though physically motionless, vibrated perceptually with intention, a subtle signal of the canvas's awareness, its sentience perceptually interfacing with her actions. Minutes stretched perceptually into hours. Alice found herself in a liminal space where perception, cognition, and the environment interwove into a tapestry of subtle, almost imperceptible signals. Shadows along walls, mirrored gestures, whispers threaded with moan. Floorboards transmitted subtle vibrations. Air itself seemed to resist or guide motion. The subject tested every boundary of awareness, probing for lapses, threading perceptual influence with precision, attempting to fold consciousness into pigment. Alice, however, had learned to read the patterns, to anticipate, to counteract, threading perceptual awareness into deliberate micro-actions, maintaining identity. The storm seemed to intensify perceptually, rain lashing harder, visibility dropping to near zero, yet each pulse, each echo, each whisper provided a faint thread of guidance. Dave realized he was no longer driving solely through the physical landscape, but through layers of memory, perception, and the hollow's insistent will. The tollkeeper's lantern, though now far behind, seemed perceptually tied to him, a persistent observer watching through time and distance, evaluating his resistance, measuring his mental debt. Every blink threatened to surrender a fragment of awareness, every thought a potential toll. Yet the air horn echoed again, a layered signal of those who had come before, threading a pattern of survival through chaos. The road twisted perceptually, the forest closing in, yet with each careful maneuver, each breath focused entirely on present perception. Dave felt the hollow's grip lessen slightly. The whispers did not cease, but their rhythm shifted, perceptually more distant, more navigable. The metallic scrape persisted, yet it became an auditory anchor, a reminder that the hollow existed in layers, some tangible, some perceptual, all demanding negotiation. He exhaled, perceiving the road as both physical and metaphysical, threading his awareness through time, space, and memory simultaneously, resisting the insidious draw of surrender. As the first faint glimmers of distant streetlights emerged perceptually, mingling with the retreating storm, Dave understood fully that survival required constant vigilance, perceptual acuity, and an unbroken tether to his own memories, even as the hollow sought to claim them. The tollkeeper's presence remained, but now a distant weight, a reminder of the debt, patient, eternal, insistent, yet negotiable through focus, resistance, and adherence to the unspoken rules of passage. Each breath, each pulse, each drop of rain remained perceptually imbued with the echoing imperative. Do not give more than necessary. Resist. Remember. Drive. Enclosing. And so, the bus rolled forward, perceptually aware of every shadow, every whisper, every layer of memory and perception, threading Dave's consciousness into a heightened vigilance that was both exhausting and necessary, the storm in the hollow receding only as he maintained his focus, steering carefully, ears attuned to the distant air horn, hands gripping the wheel, and mind resisting the insidious call of oblivion. He had passed the first true trial, yet the road ahead remained long, perceptually shifting, layered with whispers, spectral observation, and the constant, patient, demanding presence of the hollow, waiting at every curve, every toll, every shadow, ready to claim the unwary, the forgetful, the inattentive, patient, and eternal. The rain never truly ceased. It persisted as a phantom presence, dripping, pattering, brushing against the windshield and roof, in a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with Dave's heartbeat, each drop a subtle vibration threading into perception, pulling awareness toward the hollow's insidious gravity. The night deepened perceptually, folds of darkness pressing against the edges of the road, warping trees and shadows into forms that were sometimes glimpsed in peripheral vision, sometimes revealed only by the fleeting flicker of headlights against wet bark. Every time he blinked, the shape seemed to shift slightly, as though perceiving his hesitation, adjusting to his awareness, waiting for a moment of distraction to intrude, to claim, to hollow him further. Dave felt the first wave of the creeping drowsiness again. Subtle at first, a slow fog thickening around cognition, a tugging at attention, a blurring of memory that felt almost like exhaustion, yet was something far more deliberate, as though the hollow itself had learned to breathe inside his mind. He fought it, teeth clenched, forcing each thought to anchor to the road, to the bus, to the mechanical reality of steering, braking, gauging curves in the slick asphalt. Yet the whispers persisted, layering over one another, perceptually indistinguishable yet intimately precise. Empty memories. Give. Forget. They were no longer distant, no longer subtle. The syllables threaded through his nerves, burrowing into perception, resonating in skull and spine alike, making it impossible to separate external rain from internal pressure, impossible to distinguish the hiss of tires from the gnashing rhythm that now accompanied the murmurs. Ahead, a series of faint markers emerged, perceptually half-formed, flickering between realities. What might have been reflectors on roadside posts twisted into faint human shapes, briefly perceptible as travelers frozen in mid-motion, faces blurred, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent protest or warning. Some seemed to reach out perceptually toward the bus, a slow, stretching movement of intangible form, almost imperceptible, yet insistently tactile in perception, brushing along the edges of thought, tugging at the corners of awareness. Each time Dave glanced, even momentarily, the shapes shifted or disappeared, leaving behind only the echo of motion and the faint metallic scrape that had begun hours earlier. Threading through the bus floor, the wheel, the engine, perceptually amplifying every nerve ending, the whispers evolved. No longer only syllables, they became layered phrases, fragmentary sentences, perceptually sewn into the soundscape of rain, engine, wipers, and air. Do not look. Do not give. Hold. Resist. They wait. Each phrase was threaded with pressure, each whisper pressing perceptibly on decision. Willpower, the very act of cognition. Dave realized with growing horror that the hollow did not merely draw memory, it sought compliance. Attention, a yielding of consciousness to its patient, insistent gravity. Each curve in the road, each shadow of a tree, each reflection of rain on asphalt became a potential vector for surrender. He understood fully that one misstep, one unguarded thought, and the hollow would take not just memory, but fragments of identity, threading imperceptibly into its spectral ledger like countless travelers before him. Suddenly, a figure emerged perceptually, materializing from the misty periphery of the windshield. It was human in shape, yet impossibly tall, its form stretched, its proportions subtly wrong, with eyes that flickered in and out of reality. The figure moved with a deliberate, gliding gait, never reaching the ground perceptibly, always hovering just above the wet asphalt. Dave froze momentarily, hands gripping the wheel, knuckles whitening, and the rain seemed to intensify in direct response, hammering the roof and windshield in rapid succession, synchronizing with the whispering chorus. The spectral figure did not speak. Instead, its presence transmitted directly into perception, threads of pressure along nerves, muscles, sinews, an unrelenting insistence. Give, give, give. Instinctively, Dave pressed the accelerator slightly, and the figure receded perceptually, dissolving into the rain. Yet the whispers only intensified, layered over the rush of engine and tires, threading into perception with tactile precision. The hollow was not static. It followed, adapted, anticipated, always patient, always ready. The metallic scrape returned, perceptibly louder, resonating through the bus floor, synchronized with the whispering, as if the vehicle itself had become a conduit, a living extension of the hollow's reach. Each vibration threatened to pull attention, each echo a potential claim on memory. Yet Dave resisted, anchoring thoughts to the mechanics of motion, the tangible resistance of brakes and tires, the perceptible curve of the road ahead. Perceptually, the rain shifted. It no longer fell linearly, but moved in erratic sheets, colliding against windshield and roof, generating splashes that carried auditory hallucinations, faint distorted cries, echoes of forgotten voices, fragments of conversation, laughter, weeping, all threading into the cabin with uncanny clarity. Dave realized that these were not hallucinations in the ordinary sense, but manifestations of the hollow, shaping sound and perception to coax, distract, and erode resistance. A whisper in the corner of his mind threaded directly into the auditory spectrum. One more memory, one more fragment. Give. He clenched his jaw, forcing each thought into linear, controlled awareness, resisting the implicit offer of surrender. Then the air horn sounded. Long, deliberate, perceptually layered over multiple temporal realities. The first note was immediate, tangible. The next an echo from moments ago. The final lingering as a spectral resonance threading through perception. Each layer of the horn carried a warning. The hollow's influence was strong, but not unbreakable. Resistance was possible with meticulous attention. Dave exhaled sharply, focusing on the horn, letting it thread perceptibly through the whispers, synchronizing perception, rhythm, and cognition to resist the hollow's pull. The skeletal memory of previous travelers seemed to perceptibly align with this rhythm, a silent choir of guidance woven into the storm's auditory landscape. The road twisted perceptually, bends appearing where none should have existed, asphalt rippling in faint undulations that challenged proprioception. Shadows moved along the edges, some stretching into impossible geometries, others coalescing briefly into human shapes before dissipating in the periphery. Each flicker threatened to distract, each movement a potential siphon on attention and memory. Dave adjusted the wheel minutely, perceptually navigating through a landscape that was part physical, part spectral, part perceptual labyrinth. The whispers intensified further. Resist. Do not give. Hold. Drive. Do not sleep. Then came the subtle tactile feedback. The bus's suspension transmitted imperceptible shifts in weight, perceptually exaggerated into the feeling of hands pressing against the floor. A gentle, almost coaxed the locked ward's secret. Dr. Ben Carter had approached the demolition site of the old psychiatric wing with a sense of professional curiosity that masked a deep-seated unease. The annex, as the hospital staff referred to it, was a structure long condemned, an architectural relic of a time when humanity and medicine were often cruelly misaligned. The brickwork was mottled and eroded, windows streaked with decades of grime, and the air around the building carried a faint metallic tang, as if the very walls were seeping the remnants of past trauma. Stepping across the threshold, Ben immediately sensed that this was not merely an abandoned space. It was an environment thick with latent perception, with an almost palpable weight pressing against the consciousness, threading itself into every fiber of awareness. The hallways were narrow and uncomfortably low, the fluorescent lighting long dead, leaving a gloom that seemed to thicken as he progressed deeper into the annex. The soundscape was minimal but insistent. The creak of old hinges, the subtle drip of water from corroded pipes, the almost imperceptible hum of decay threading into perception. As he navigated the hallways, Ben became acutely aware of the oppressive stillness that permeated the space. It was not the absence of sound that was disturbing, it was the tension of anticipation, the perceptual suggestion that the air itself was waiting, listening, threading latent attention into every movement. Doors that should have been inert exuded a perceptual energy, small vibrations under fingertips hinting at histories of confinement and suffering. The floor tiles, chipped and discolored, reflected light unevenly, creating shadowed angles that suggested movement where there was none. Yet, every so often, a sound would occur, a subtle, dragging shuffle of feet across tile, imperceptibly soft but unmistakably deliberate, threading through space in a rhythm almost synchronized with his own heartbeat. Ben found himself pausing, scanning perceptually for the source, knowing instinctively that the annex's architecture had an auditory memory, that every creak and shuffle was layered with the residues of those who had once occupied the ward. In what had once been a communal waiting area, Ben discovered a small box, its surface dust-laden and scuffed, tucked beneath a rusting metal cabinet. The label, yellowed and brittle, read "Absolute Silence," an archival title that seemed innocuous but resonated with an almost predatory sense of irony. Inside lay a cassette tape, its magnetic reel subtly warped by age. With a mixture of fascination and professional obligation, Ben inserted the tape into an old portable player he had brought, and the resulting sound immediately altered the perceptual environment of the annex. The tape hissed with the static of disuse, but beneath the white noise emerged faint cries, layering perceptually with the creaks of the floor, the subtle hum of decay, the whispers of the air itself. There was a rhythm to the sound, a cadence that suggested that these cries were not merely recordings but perceptual echoes, insistent, threading into a tension impossible to ignore. The voices were fragmented, muffled yet distinct, as though each patient had been compelled to express torment while simultaneously constrained, restricted, silenced. The auditory illusion was horrifyingly vivid. Shuffling footsteps, the scrape of fingernails against tiles, muffled screams attempting to escape perceptually through the walls and into consciousness. Ben's attention sharpened perceptually. The tape seemed to carry more than mere sound. It was a channel into the psychological space of the patients who had occupied this wing. He felt the pull of their collective despair threading into the neural patterns that governed attention, subtle and persistent, urging empathy, compulsion, engagement. Every hair on his arms prickled as the cries layered perceptually over each other, forming a dense lattice of auditory trauma. There was no malice in the voices, but a demanding expectation. They were not asking for salvation. They were demanding participation, requiring that the listener acknowledge the weight of silence imposed upon them, that the observer, perceptually attuned, experienced the oppressive stasis in which they had been trapped. As he progressed further into the ward, the auditory illusion intensified. The shuffling of feet became closer, perceptually surrounding him, echoing through corridors, threading against perception in multiple directions simultaneously. Faint metallic clinks began to overlay the cries, the subtle resonance of rusted bed frames, perceptually vibrating along floorboards and walls, amplifying the sense of enclosure. Each metallic ring resonated within bone and sinew, threading into proprioception and sensory perception alike. The cries layered atop the metallic timbre, each moan and whimper perceptually synchronized with micro-adjustments in air pressure and floor vibration, creating an almost three-dimensional auditory field, impossible to ignore, impossible to resist. In a room that had once served as an examination chamber, Ben encountered the first truly disturbing anomaly, a faint residual scent of antiseptic, long since decayed, intermingled with the sharp tang of iron that suggested blood. The floor tiles were intact, yet each step produced perceptual echoes beyond the expected auditory response, a scraping rhythm that seemed to belong to entities unseen. Shadows along the walls twisted subtly, perceptually coiling in ways that reflected the movement of his own body, creating the sensation that the environment was aware of posture and intent. The cries from the tape now merged perceptually with these ambient distortions, generating an illusion that dozens of patients, spectral yet entirely present, were simultaneously advancing toward and observing him. Their expectations were not pleas for rescue, but demands for understanding, for shared experience, for participation in the absolute silence they had been forced into. Ben's rational mind attempted to categorize, to analyze, to reduce the perceptual complexity into understandable stimuli, but the annex did not respond to logic. It responded to attention, to perception, to engagement with the layered sensory field, the shuffling feet, the scraping nails, the subtle vibrations of the floor, the static-laced moan, all threaded perceptually into a lattice that resisted analytical decomposition. Even as he reminded himself that this was a derelict wing, a historical site, a spatial artifact of mid-20th century psychiatry, the perceptual reality was undeniable. The space was active, responsive, sentient in its attention-demanding density. As he moved deeper, Ben felt a perceptual pressure along his chest and shoulders, as though the ambient air had been charged with expectation, with residual consciousness. The shuffling feet grew perceptually nearer, indistinguishably spatial yet unmistakably advancing, the cries layered with a faint metallic scraping that now seemed coordinated, rhythmic, purposeful. It was not merely sound. It was the imprint of enforced silence, the psychic residue of those who had been denied voice, their inability to speak transposed into a perceptual force that sought to extend itself into living consciousness. Ben realized, with a growing dread, that the absolute silence was not just a title or a tape. It was a lingering state of imposition, an active force demanding acknowledgement and compliance. At the center of the ward, a cluster of examination rooms formed a semicircle around a small, reinforced door labeled Isolation 3. The faint but insistent hum of the building intensified here, threading perceptually with the cries, with the shuffling, with the scraping. Ben approached cautiously, hands brushing against the door frame. The vibrations transmitted through the frame suggested perceptual feedback. Whatever had been confined here, whatever had been subjected to absolute silence, was perceptually aware of his presence, threading attention into the material environment. The moans, the shuffles, and the metallic clinks layered into a dense perceptual fabric that pressed against cognition, threatening to overwhelm the capacity to maintain distinct self-perception. At this point, Ben understood that the annex demanded more than observation. It demanded participation. To survive, to leave without being claimed, he would have to acknowledge the absolute silence, to thread his own perception into the field without surrendering self-awareness. Every breath, every footfall, every micro-adjustment of posture became a negotiation, attention against sensory overload, awareness against the perceptual demands of those trapped within the tapes in the walls. He paused, listening, calibrating his movements to the rhythm of the moan, the subtle vibrations of floor and wall, the whispering, scraping, aligning his awareness with the ambient perceptual patterns, resisting the instinct to flee or panic. Hours, or perhaps minutes, time had ceased to have linear meaning here, passed in this suspended negotiation. The cries, though continuous, no longer pressed perceptually with the same insistence. His careful threading of attention had created a fragile balance. He felt the weight of presence, the multitude of trapped consciousnesses, the ambient sentience of the ward, the unbroken legacy of forced silence, but he had not yet been assimilated. The absolute silence was acknowledged, recognized, yet he remained distinct. Yet the cost was a pervasive, lingering fatigue, a deep-seated awareness that any lapse would result in immediate perceptual engulfment, a folding of identity into the long-imposed silence that still resonated through walls, floorboards, and tape alike. Stepping back toward the exit, Ben carried with him the persistent, perceptual memory of the ward, the shuffling, the scraping, the muffled cries, the metallic resonance of rusting beds, the ambient expectations of acknowledgement. The annex was not simply a relic. It was a living archive of human suffering, perceptually active, demanding recognition and engagement, and he had learned that survival required a delicate balance of attention, perception, and will, threaded against the nearly overwhelming insistence of absolute silence. The ward remained, silent yet active, waiting for the next intruder, the next observer, the next acknowledgement of the unvoiced horrors it had preserved. Doctor. Ben Carter's initial careful observation had evolved into a cautious, deliberate exploration. The hallway beyond Isolation 3 stretched into shadowed ambiguity, the decayed walls twisting in subtle angles that played perceptually with the mind, as if the structure itself had retained a memory of confinement. Every step he took was accompanied by the rhythmic scraping of what could only be described as fingernails, dragging lightly yet persistently across the cracked tiles. The sound moved with a semi-autonomous rhythm, sometimes ahead of him, sometimes behind, as though the trapped patient's awareness had embedded itself into the very geometry of the building. Following and anticipating his movements, he could hear now the faint mechanical hiss of the old ventilation system, but it was no longer merely background noise. Perceptually, it had joined the choir of suppressed suffering, threading through the auditory field as a rhythmic, almost chant-like presence. Each breath he drew carried a subtle vibration that resonated in the chest, harmonizing with the low-frequency undertones of the shuffling, of the metallic scraping of rusted bed frames, of the muffled screams that began to surface intermittently in warped, distorted forms. There was a synchronization between the environment and his physiological state that he could not explain. His heartbeat seemed to merge with the low moan of the annex. His skin prickled as though the walls themselves were conducting energy through his body. Ben's attention flicked perceptually to the cassette tape he had left in the portable player. The hiss and warble of the magnetic reel continued, in an almost sentient manner, now layered with new auditory anomalies. Intermittent whispers that mimicked the timbre of his own thoughts, faint repetitions of syllables: listen, stay, witness, obey, threaded into perception so subtly that it required conscious discernment to separate the tape's residual playback from the annex's spatial manipulation. The absolute silence, he realized, was no longer a mere recording of past suffering. It had become an active agent, integrating perception and memory, exploiting the sensory apparatus to exert a slow, insidious claim on attention and cognition. He entered what had once been a group therapy room. Chairs were scattered, warped with age, and a few overturned tables revealed residual rust stains and faintly indented patterns from decades of use. But it was the walls that demanded notice. Subtle indentations, perceptual impressions of hands pressed against plaster, shadows that twisted when he blinked, giving the impression that spectral presences lurked just beyond full awareness. The shuffling sounds of feet, the metallic scrape of fingernails, the distant echoes of muffled cries all now seemed spatially precise, threading through his perception from multiple vectors at once. Ben's pulse accelerated, but he forced himself to move slowly, deliberately, each step measured to avoid perceptual collapse, to maintain cognitive separation from the ward's insistent sensory claim. In the far corner of the room, he discovered a small hatch, partially concealed under a rusted radiator. As he approached, the auditory field intensified perceptually, the shuffling steps becoming more precise, almost mimicking his own micro-movements, a shadowy mimicry that suggested the ward's influence extended beyond sound into the perception of motor control itself. He knelt to examine the hatch, noting that the rusted metal, though cold and rigid to touch, seemed to thrum with subtle vibrational feedback, perceptually aligned with the low-frequency hum of the tape. The absolute silence was probing, testing, seeking alignment between his attention, intention, and perception. With deliberate care, he lifted the hatch, revealing a narrow staircase descending into near total darkness. The smell of decay was stronger here, tinged with metallic iron and the faint, unmistakable odor of old antiseptic. As he descended, the perceptual environment became more oppressive. The shuffling steps of unseen presences now accompanied him with uncanny timing, the scraping of fingernails increasing in pitch and frequency, rhythmic but unpredictable. Each step on the worn stairs reverberated perceptually through the space, creating the sensation of multiple presences moving synchronously just beyond the threshold of vision. At the bottom, Ben found himself in a long, narrow corridor. The walls were lined with small, barred windows that had once allowed staff to observe patients. Now they were filled with a perceptual fog, the outlines of previous occupants' faces shifting subtly when glimpsed peripherally. The absolute silence had become a multi-layered, interactive field. Auditory, tactile, and perceptual signals combined to create a sense of enveloping pressure. The muffled screams from the tape now interwove with imagined whispers, subtly adapted to mimic his own thought patterns, threading perceptual confusion into the conscious mind. He felt a compulsion to acknowledge, to recognize, to participate in the silence, but each impulse carried the weight of potential entrapment. The corridor ended at a heavy steel door marked with faint, chipping lettering. Observation. Behind it, the most intense concentration of perceptual activity awaited. As he approached, the dragging shuffles and fingernail scratches coalesced into distinct, localized sources. Perceptual echoes of patients who had been subjected to enforced muteness, projecting their experiences outward into the environment. The absolute silence was no longer merely auditory or spatial. It had become an imposition on cognition, threading into neural processing and perception, forcing recognition of each suppressed scream, each violated attempt at expression. Ben paused, hand on the door, and a distinct perceptual phenomenon occurred. The metallic surface seemed to pulse against touch, not in warmth or vibration, but in a subtle cognitive resonance, aligning perceptual attention with the history encoded in the ward. Every fiber of awareness was simultaneously aware and disoriented. pulled toward recognition of suffering yet repelled by the oppressive force that sought to integrate him into the absolute silence. The room beyond seemed to breathe perceptually, exhaling whispers and dragging shuffles in rhythm with the subtle tremor of the doorframe. He forced the door open and entered. The space beyond was a chamber of confinement. Small beds aligned along the walls, rusted restraints still in place. Walls streaked with the ghostly imprint of hands and nails, shadows curling into shapes that were perceptually ambiguous but unmistakably animate. The absolute silence now manifested fully. Every sensory channel engaged: auditory, visual, tactile, even proprioceptive. The muffled cries from the tape layered over the scraping, shuffling, and metallic resonance, creating a multidimensional perceptual matrix designed to draw attention, demand acknowledgement, and assert dominance over consciousness. Ben's rational mind attempted to isolate, to categorize, to analyze, but perceptual coherence was under siege. He could feel the weight of the unseen presences pressing perceptually against his chest, against perception itself, threading cognitive tension with physical sensation. The shuffling, the scraping, the muffled voices, all converged into a coherent but oppressive perceptual construct. The absolute silence, no longer silent, now demanded participation. He understood the unspoken rule: to leave without being claimed. He would have to thread himself carefully into the environment without surrendering his identity, acknowledge the presence of those who could not speak while resisting assimilation. Hours, or what passed for hours under this perceptual assault, were spent in delicate calibration. Each micro-step, each shift of posture, each blink and breath aligned to counteract the invasive perceptual field. Ben's body was fatigued, perceptually drained, yet his awareness remained distinct. He had achieved temporary equilibrium, threading perception into awareness without allowing the absolute silence to integrate his consciousness. The ward had been acknowledged, its histories recognized, yet the threat of assimilation remained. Subtle, insistent, pervasive. Exiting the chamber, he carried with him the full weight of perception. Every shuffling foot, every fingernail scrape, every muffled scream etched into awareness, leaving indelible marks on cognition. The absolute silence had been engaged but not conquered. It lingered, perceptually active, waiting for the next observer, the next interloper, the next unwitting participant in its long, enforced quiet. And as Ben ascended the stairs back into the decaying light of the upper ward, he realized that survival in this environment was not merely a matter of physical escape, but of perceptual mastery, of threading awareness through an active, sentient field of suffering, one that would never release its hold entirely. Doctor. Ben Carter's footsteps echoed faintly along the upper corridors of the annex, yet each step seemed to reverberate with an unnatural resonance that no architectural geometry could account for. The hallways, once perceived as linear and finite, now stretched perceptually into an ambiguous, almost infinite distance. Light, such as it was, filtered through cracked windows and cast warped, flickering patterns across the tiles, revealing shadows that moved independently of his body. Every corner seemed alive with anticipation, perceptually charged with the echoes of decades of confinement and silenced suffering. The absolute silence, he now realized, was not merely a localized phenomenon within the lower wards. It was a pervasive, multi-layered presence, threading itself through the very structure, through the air, through cognition. As he advanced, a subtle vibration beneath his feet began to synchronize with his heartbeat. At first he dismissed it as psychosomatic, a tension-induced illusion, but soon the dragging shuffles and metallic scrapes of the unseen presences aligned precisely with the pulse of his chest. The annex seemed to anticipate his movement, each shuffling footfall of spectral patience responding perceptually to the rhythm of his own steps. Ben's mind, trained in scientific observation and clinical detachment, struggled to maintain rational categorization, yet the perceptual reality was undeniable. This environment demanded acknowledgement, demanded engagement, and sought to fold awareness into itself. In what had once been the nurse's station, Ben discovered additional remnants of the ward's dark history. rusted carts, brittle patient files, and fragments of personal belongings, their presence disturbingly intact despite decades of neglect. Among the detritus, he found another cassette, labeled simply with a series of numbers, worn and partially illegible. The tape hissed as he inserted it into the portable player, releasing an auditory field even more complex than before. Layered atop the original absolute silence were now new elements, faint whispering voices that mimicked his own thoughts, subtle sighs that resonated within the ribcage, the distinct creaking of old bed frames, and a continuous scraping that seemed to shift direction with spatial precision. The perceptual complexity was overwhelming, threading auditory, tactile, and cognitive dimensions into a single, inseparable field. As Ben moved toward the central corridor, the hallways themselves seemed to elongate perceptually, bending angles subtly in ways that defied Euclidean logic. Shadows curled along walls independently, flickering into forms that suggested bodies pressing against plaster or metal. Occasionally, a faint glow would emerge from one of the barred windows of the observation rooms, illuminating the ghostly contours of faces whose expressions were frozen in silent terror. Yet when he attempted to focus visually, the faces dissolved perceptually, as if the ward resisted direct observation, preferring acknowledgement through awareness rather than vision. Each step, each breath, each subtle shift in posture drew new layers of the absolute silence into alignment with his perception, reinforcing the demand for recognition and threading subtle compulsion into cognition. In the center of the corridor, he encountered a cluster of old patient rooms, their doors ajar. Inside, the beds were aligned in precise rows, rusted restraints still in place. The shuffling of feet and the scraping of nails now formed a coherent rhythm, perceptually layered across multiple sources, creating the impression that dozens of presences were moving in concert, circling, observing, measuring his attention and compliance. The muffled cries layered atop the rhythm were no longer indistinct. Each moan, each whimper, seemed spatially anchored to a specific location, threading perception into a three-dimensional lattice of past suffering. The absolute silence had become multidimensional, fully immersive, and palpably interactive. Ben's rational faculties were tested to their limits. He realized that mere observation was insufficient. Engagement was required. To navigate this perceptual labyrinth, he had to thread awareness through the layers of auditory, tactile, and visual input without allowing assimilation. The slightest lapse, a hesitation, a misalignment of attention resulted in perceptual feedback that threatened to fold consciousness into the absolute silence. He could feel a perceptual pressure against the chest and skull, a subtle compression that was neither physical nor entirely psychological, but an amalgam of both, demanding recognition, acknowledgement, and careful threading of attention. As he moved further, he approached the room labeled Isolation 7, a space notorious in archival records for extreme patient confinement. The door was reinforced, its surface pitted and worn, and a faint metallic hum radiated perceptually through the structure as he drew near. The shuffling and scraping intensified perceptually, the previously distinct sources of sound now coalescing into a nearly continuous, multi-directional field that enveloped him. The muffled cries were interspersed with sudden, sharp gasps, perceptually close, almost tactile in impact, suggesting the presence of entities immediately adjacent, yet unseen. Ben felt a tightening in perception, a compression of attention, as if the absolute silence were now testing the integrity of his cognitive boundary. He entered Isolation 7 and immediately perceived the density of residual consciousness. Beds lined the walls, some overturned, some intact, each with faint impressions, suggesting weight, pressure, and movement beyond temporal coherence. The shuffling, the scraping, the muffled cries, and now an underlying rhythmic vibration coalesced into a perceptual gestalt, the absolute silence as a living, interactive force. Ben's awareness was no longer merely observing, it was participating, threading perception through the complex lattice of sensory input while striving to maintain distinct selfhood. Every sound, every vibration, every shadow was perceptually charged with expectation and historical memory, demanding acknowledgement and sustained engagement. The psychological strain became acute, Ben's thoughts threaded with residual memories, involuntarily interfacing with the auditory and tactile stimuli. He recognized a pattern. The absolute silence was exerting influence, not by direct harm, but through gradual integration, subtly embedding attention into itself. To survive, he had to maintain perceptual alignment while resisting complete absorption. Each micro-movement, each subtle shift in focus, each breath calibrated the interaction between observer and environment. A single lapse risked folding him into the silence permanently, erasing the distinction between self and environment. Near the center of the room, Ben noticed a series of faint scratches on the floor, leading to a small hatch partially concealed beneath a rusted chair. The scratches were rhythmic, as if guiding or warning, perceptually synchronized with the shuffling and scraping. Lifting the hatch revealed a narrow, descending stairwell, deeper and darker than any previous path. The air was colder here, denser, carrying a faint metallic tang that resonated perceptually with the echoes of past confinement. As he descended, the absolute silence intensified, now fully engaging proprioceptive channels. Each step produced perceptual feedback, not only in auditory but in kinesthetic dimensions, threading perception into movement, sensation, and cognition simultaneously. At the bottom, the final chamber unfolded. A vast, low-ceilinged space, dimly illuminated by residual daylight seeping through high windows. Beds, lined in precise rows, rusted restraints still in place, walls scarred with the imprint of hands and nails. The shuffling, scraping, and muffled cries merged into a dense, multi-layered field that seemed to occupy not only the environment but perception itself, and the absolute silence was now almost tactile, pressing perceptually against every surface of awareness. Ben understood fully. The ward demanded not merely acknowledgement, but an immersive, cognitive engagement, threading attention into the very fabric of the sensory field. Survival required recognition without assimilation, awareness without surrender. Hours passed in the perceptual labyrinth. The absolute silence tested him continuously, projecting shuffling feet, scraping nails, muffled screams, and subtle whispering into the cognitive field, demanding alignment without surrender. Ben threaded perception carefully, balancing attention, cognition, and physiological awareness. He left the chamber not unscathed, but intact, carrying with him the indelible imprint of the ward, the pervasive, interactive, and unyielding presence of absolute silence, a force that would remain active, sentient, and waiting for the next observer to engage or succumb. Doctor. Ben Carter emerged from the subterranean chamber into the upper corridors of the annex, but the relief was fleeting, almost illusory. The upper floors, once familiar, now seemed to have been subtly reconfigured, perceptually extended and twisted in ways that defied geometry. The faint, flickering light through the cracked windows no longer illuminated space uniformly. It accentuated shadows that seemed to curl toward him, each shadow harboring a perceptual weight that pressed upon awareness. The absolute silence had followed him, or perhaps had always been present, threading perceptual pressure through walls, tiles, and the very air itself. Each footstep now carried a counterpoint, a subtle echo of dragging, shuffling footsteps just behind or alongside, perfectly synchronized yet impossible to locate visually. The corridor was strewn with remnants of the ward, overturned chairs, rusted beds, patient files scattered across the floor. As Ben moved, each item produced an auditory resonance beyond its physical properties. A chair scraped the tile and emitted a low, almost imperceptible moan. A rusted bed frame rattled in alignment with his heartbeat. It was as though every object retained the memory of past anguish, encoded in vibrations perceptible only to an attuned observer. The absolute silence had become a multi-sensory entity, simultaneously auditory, tactile, and cognitive, weaving itself into his awareness so completely that each step forward was an exercise in mental coordination and perceptual discipline. He approached the nurse's lounge, a space that had long since succumbed to decay. The faint outlines of cabinets, counters, and chairs were still perceptible, but warped by layers of shadow and subtle perceptual interference. As he entered, he became aware of a new auditory layer, soft, rhythmic chanting, indistinct yet structured, a cadence that seemed to guide the movements of the shuffling, scraping presences that had followed him from below. The whispers from the tapes now mingled with this cadence, echoing in patterns that mirrored his own breathing and heartbeat. The absolute silence was learning, adapting, threading perceptual cues that aligned with cognition, drawing attention and awareness into a participatory field that was both compelling and dangerous. Ben's attention flicked to the floor, where faint scratch marks led toward a rusted metal door at the far end of the lounge. Each mark seemed purposeful, forming a subtle pattern, almost a map, guiding perception toward a point of significance. As he approached, the auditory and tactile intensity increased perceptually. Shuffling feet, scraping nails, muffled cries, and whispered syllables, listen, feel, witness, integrate, all converged into a dense perceptual overlay. The walls themselves seemed to pulse in harmony with this pattern, producing an uncanny vibrational feedback that resonated through the soles of his feet and the spine. The absolute silence had shifted from environmental influence to perceptual embodiment. It was no longer merely surrounding him, but engaging his proprioception and cognitive apparatus directly. The door at the corridor's end bore a faded plaque, patient records. Beyond it lay a small office, cluttered with yellowed files and rusting metal shelves. As he stepped inside, he felt the perceptual pull intensify. The absolute silence was now concentrated, focused, almost tactile in its insistence. Each file he opened produced a faint whisper of movement, the scraping of nails along the tile below, and the muffled echo of cries that seemed to emanate simultaneously from every surface. These were not mere auditory hallucinations. They were interactive perceptual cues designed to engage attention and force recognition. Ben felt a creeping compulsion to read each file aloud, to acknowledge every suppressed scream, every silenced patient. Yet doing so would risk further integration into the absolute silence. He forced himself to resist, threading perception carefully, moving slowly, breathing in measured rhythms. The walls of the office seemed to lean inward subtly, creating a perceptual tunnel that guided attention to the far corner, where a faint indentation suggested a hidden passage. As he approached, the shuffling and scraping coalesced perceptually into discernible footsteps, following a precise rhythm, almost mimicking his own. The absolute silence was now interactive, adaptive, and anticipatory. It responded directly to attention and action, probing boundaries of cognition, forcing decisions with subtle but relentless pressure. The hidden passage led to a narrow staircase descending into an even deeper sublevel. The air was colder, denser, and carried a metallic tang. As he descended, the absolute silence intensified to full perceptual saturation. Auditory, tactile, and proprioceptive channels were fully engaged. Each step produced subtle vibrational feedback, synchronized with the shuffling, scraping, and muffled cries, creating the impression that dozens of presences were moving in concert, enveloping him in a field of attention and expectation. The perceptual environment seemed to press inward, compressing awareness while simultaneously demanding acknowledgement of the silent suffering embedded in every surface. At the bottom, Ben entered a vast chamber lined with the remains of patient beds, restraints, and scattered personal effects. Shadows clung to corners, curling and shifting independently of light. The shuffling, scraping, and muffled cries now formed a dense, interactive network perceptually surrounding him. The absolute silence had become sentient in effect. It was aware of attention, responsive to intention, and insistent on acknowledgement. The cognitive load was immense. Every micro-decision where to look, how to step, how to breathe, was mediated by subtle cues embedded in the sensory environment. Misalignment risked perceptual collapse, integration, and loss of self within the absolute silence. Ben paused, listening. The layered auditory field was punctuated by faint whispering syllables that echoed directly within perception. Join, share, remain. The absolute silence was no longer merely present, it was coercive, perceptually demanding compliance while respecting no boundaries. The environment seemed to shift subtly in response to micro-movements, guiding attention towards specific beds and corners, each associated with distinct auditory and tactile cues. The press of presence against awareness was palpable, a gentle but insistent force threading perception into participation. Realizing the impossibility of conventional navigation, Ben adopted a methodical approach. Each step, each gaze, each breath, carefully aligned with the multisensory cues, threading awareness through the perceptual field without surrendering identity. The absolute silence, fully engaged, responded dynamically, probing cognitive resilience while reinforcing perceptual immersion. Hours passed perceptually, measured not by clocks, but by the continuous interplay of sensation, attention, and resistance. In the chamber's far corner, a faint outline of an old operating table suggested a final concentration of residual consciousness. The shuffling and scraping intensified perceptually, converging in a rhythm that mirrored respiration, heartbeat, and subtle postural micro-adjustments. Here, the absolute silence demanded full acknowledgement, recognition of every suppressed scream, every silenced patient, every enforced restraint. Ben threaded perception carefully, balancing attention with resistance, engaging fully while refusing integration. The effort was exhausting, but he maintained selfhood, preserving a fragile boundary between awareness and assimilation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of immersive engagement, Ben began to ascend the staircase back toward the upper ward. The absolute silence remained perceptually active, but allowed a degree of separation, a partial release contingent on continued acknowledgement. The corridor's twisted shadows persisted. The shuffling and scraping remained perceptually present, yet he moved with careful alignment, threading perception through attention without surrender. The weight of observation, of recognition, of survival, rested on subtle coordination of mind, body, and awareness. By the time he reached the main hallway, daylight had shifted perceptually, accentuating shadows that twisted with renewed complexity. The absolute silence, though partially deferred, had left indelible imprints. Every sound, every vibration, every shadow carried the perceptual residue of decades of silenced suffering. Ben understood, with stark clarity, that the ward's influence was not merely environmental or auditory. It was fully cognitive, interactive, and enduring. It awaited the next observer, the next interloper, the next individual whose attention and perception would be tested against the insistent, sentient field of absolute silence. Dr. Ben Carter's return to the upper floors of the annex was anything but triumphant. The daylight, fractured through cracked and grimy windows, revealed twisted shadows that writhed independently, perceptually stretching across the corridor in ways that defied logic. Every surface, the chipped tiles, the rusted door frames, the peeling paint seemed to vibrate subtly with an afterimage of past suffering, a residual resonance that had been imprinted into the physical structure by decades of enforced silence. The absolute silence, he now understood fully, was not confined to the rooms where patients had been held. It had permeated the entire annex, threading perception and attention into a field of persistent cognitive pressure. As he walked, the shuffling footsteps and faint scraping of nails accompanied him from all directions, perceptually impossible to localize. The muffled cries that had dominated the lower levels now merged with whispers that seemed to speak directly into his mind. See us, recognize us, join us. Each syllable was threaded perceptually into his own internal monologue, challenging his ability to distinguish thought from intrusion. He realized with stark clarity that any lapse in attention or cognitive alignment risked permanent assimilation. His awareness could be absorbed into the absolute silence, erasing his identity and leaving only another perceptual echo for future interlopers. Ben reached the nurse's station once more, where the rusted carts and scattered patient files now seemed to shift subtly as he approached. The ambient sound field shuffling, scraping, whispers, muffled cries thickened into an almost tangible presence. The air carried a metallic tang, a dense weight that pressed against the lungs and the chest. He could feel it in the soles of his feet, the small of his back, threading through posture and movement, making every step a delicate negotiation between perception and survival. The absolute silence was fully interactive, It responded to his micro-movements, predicting shifts in attention and probing his cognitive boundaries for weakness. Approaching the central corridor, Ben noticed that the shadows along the walls had intensified perceptually. They no longer merely distorted. They seemed to bend toward him, curling into shapes that suggested figures pressing against plaster and metal, their outlines fleeting yet insistently present. The whispering syllables threaded perceptually into his cognition. Witness. Bear witness. Acknowledge. The absolute silence was no longer just a residual presence. It had become sentient in effect, demanding recognition and compliance without overt action. Every glance, every step, every inhalation was being measured and engaged, a dynamic feedback loop between awareness and environment. At the far end of the corridor, a faint metallic glint drew his attention. A door that had previously been unnoticed, partially concealed behind a warped folding screen. Its surface was dented, rusted, but perceptually pulsing in alignment with the rhythm of the absolute silence. Subtle vibrations that resonated through the floor, the walls, and his own body. Approaching cautiously, Ben could hear the shuffling and scraping, intensifying from within, combined with muffled cries that had become sharper, almost pleading. He understood that this door represented the final concentration of the ward's residual consciousness, a focal point where the absolute silence demanded full acknowledgement. With careful deliberation, he pushed the door open, revealing a chamber that exuded a palpable density of perceptual pressure. Beds lined the walls in precise rows, rusted restraints still affixed, and the floor was streaked with faint, residual impressions of hands and nails. Shadows clung to the corners, curling and stretching in ways that seemed to defy the natural geometry of space. The absolute silence had reached full intensity. Auditory, tactile, proprioceptive, and cognitive channels were all engaged, creating an immersive field that pressed perceptually against every surface of awareness. The shuffling, scraping, and muffled cries now moved dynamically, almost interacting with his micro-movements and focus, threading his perception into the collective weight of silent suffering. Ben realized that traditional escape was impossible. The absolute silence did not function on linear logic. It was not defeated by flight or avoidance. Survival required full perceptual mastery, acknowledgement of the past, recognition of the enforced silence, and threading awareness through the environment without surrender. Each step, each subtle breath, each shift of attention was a negotiation between integration and autonomy. The pressure on cognition and perception was immense, yet withdrawal or panic risked immediate collapse into the absolute silence, permanent assimilation, and cognitive erasure. As he moved deeper into the chamber, Ben's senses became finely attuned to the subtlest cues, the rhythm of the shuffling feet, the scraping of nails against tile, the faint vibrations in the floor beneath him, and the spatial patterning of muffled cries. Each layer of perception contained historical information, residual memory, and the implicit demand for recognition. To proceed, he had to thread attention precisely through these layers, maintaining awareness while resisting the seduction of complete absorption. The absolute silence was relentless. It adapted continuously to any lapse, subtlety probing weaknesses in focus and attention. At the far wall of the chamber, he noticed a faint indentation, a narrow hatch that appeared to descend even further into a subterranean level that had not been previously recorded in architectural plans. The air grew colder, denser, carrying the faint metallic tang that had accompanied him throughout the ward. As he descended, the absolute silence intensified, fully saturating perceptual channels. Every movement produced tactile feedback. Every glance elicited a corresponding response from the environment. The shuffling and scraping now seemed to flow around him, forming a three-dimensional lattice of presence, enveloping him in an interactive field that threatened perceptual collapse at any misstep. Finally, Ben reached a large sub-basement chamber, a space densely populated with residual echoes of beds, restraints, and personal effects. The absolute silence was maximal here, whispers directly threading into cognition, shuffling and scraping surrounding him in spatially precise patterns, and muffled cries articulating the historical suffering of countless patients. Perceptual pressure pressed from all directions, yet he maintained micro-adjustments in attention, breathing, and posture to prevent assimilation. Recognition without surrender was the only path to survival. Hours passed in this immersive field. Ben, fatigued but cognitively intact, understood the true nature of the absolute silence. It was not simply a residual phenomenon, but an enduring sentient construct, interactive and responsive, designed to engage attention, enforce recognition, and preserve historical memory. To leave the ward, one must thread awareness through its perceptual lattice without yielding. The cost of failure was integration, assimilation, and permanent erasure of identity. Ascending finally to the upper levels, Ben carried with him the full cognitive weight of the ward. The absolute silence lingered perceptually, following, adapting, and threading residual influence. He understood that survival was not a matter of physical escape alone, but of ongoing perceptual mastery and acknowledgement. The ward's history, its silence, suffering, and the interactive presence of absolute silence would remain with him indefinitely, a persistent, sentient field awaiting the next observer to challenge, engage, or succumb. As he stepped into the cold light of the abandoned hospital exterior, the wind carrying the faint echo of muffled cries through broken windows, Ben felt a profound and unshakable understanding. The locked ward's secret was never fully escapable. It existed in the intersection of perception and cognition, a living archive of enforced silence, a field that would continue to demand acknowledgement, recognition, and survival from all who dared to enter. The Crossroads elevator. Chloe's pulse thrummed in synchrony with the mechanical vibrations of the elevator, each tremor resonating through the polished metal floor and upper spine, as though the very shaft was alive, sensing her apprehension. She gripped the handrail, knuckles white, trying to steady her breathing, but the rapid oscillation of the elevator car made it impossible to discern whether it was merely the acceleration or something more sinister echoing through the metal walls. The faint fluorescent light overhead flickered in unpredictable patterns, throwing fractured reflections across her face and the walls, so that even the shadows seemed to pulse with a subtle, anticipatory life. The traveler's presence beside her was both grounding and unsettling. He was calm, his voice a low murmur that seemed to resonate directly inside her skull rather than through the air. Every floor is a decision, Chloe. Every word you speak binds you to a reality or traps you within another. The elevator is patient, but it is unforgiving. The words were not menacing, exactly, but they carried a weight she could feel physically, as though a pressure were being applied to her chest and temples simultaneously. She swallowed hard, the metallic tang of fear filling her mouth, mingling with the faint scent of ozone that clung to the elevator cab, a residual perfume from the extraordinary speed and energy the lift had generated. The elevator shuddered violently as it approached what should have been the 9th floor, instead of the expected soft chime and the familiar hum of air conditioning. The car door opened to a space that seemed to defy logic and expectation. There was a vast expanse before her. Not a hallway, not the sterile white walls of the office tower, but a fog-shrouded city square, drenched in pale, silvery light. The buildings were twisted, impossibly elongated, some appearing to float slightly above the ground, their edges bending and curving as though reality itself had become a malleable substance. Chloe stepped forward instinctively, the traveler's hand gently pressing against her shoulder to restrain her. Do not leave the car. If you step outside without saying your destination aloud, the floor will consume you. Her voice caught in her throat, the syllables tangling in panic. She could hear the faint whispers first, then the wailing a chorus of voices, each a different register, overlapping, as though every lost traveler who had ever entered this elevator were screaming at once, seeking attention, recognition, release, or perhaps just acknowledgement. The sound reverberated unnaturally, bouncing off non-existent walls and forming echoic loops that made it impossible to determine their source. It pressed into her ears with physical insistence, and Chloe felt a tremor run through her legs. Every fiber of her body screamed to flee, yet leaving the elevator without compliance would mean permanent entrapment. The traveler raised a finger, silent but commanding. He gestured toward her lips, then toward the numeric panel. Speak the floor, Chloe. Clearly, without hesitation. If your intent falters, the crossroads will twist it against you. It will hold you. Her hands shook as she pressed the button for the ground floor, then froze. The chime that should have confirmed her selection was distorted. A low, grinding groan that resonated in the shaft rather than in the cab itself. The elevator lurched sideways. Or maybe it was downward. Gravity seemed to have lost its authority. The mechanical hum was joined now by a high-pitched grinding, the metal groaning as though it were being reshaped by an invisible smith. Suddenly, the doors opened again, and this time Chloe glimpsed a beach under a blood-red moon. Waves rolled ashore silently, their movement accompanied by faint, distant echoes of laughter and shouting. Human sounds stretched and warped. The traveler whispered, "They wait. Some have been here for decades. Speak clearly. Do not falter." Chloe's mouth went dry. She took a breath, but before she could articulate the word, a chorus of distant voices pierced her perception. They were shouting, wailing, whispering, "Lost, lost, forever." Their tones overlapping in a chaotic symphony of despair. The wind carried a briny tang, brushing against her cheeks, whispering coldly across her skin despite the confines of the cab. With trembling determination, she forced herself to say it. Ground, floor, G. Her voice cracked, then steadied, resonating inside the metal shell. The elevator shuddered violently. The air filled with a piercing metallic squeal as the car accelerated impossibly fast. Each floor passed in seconds that stretched perceptually into minutes. The grinding, the wails, and the distorted echoes of prior travelers formed a dense, layered auditory tapestry. Chloe could feel the vibrations through her feet and up her spine. Each chime, each distorted ding, each whisper was threaded directly into her perception, pulling cognition into acute alertness. The traveler's eyes were fixed ahead, calm yet intensely observant. You may reach your destination, but understand this. The crossroads adapts. Every hesitation, every uncertainty, every mispronunciation embeds a trace. It remembers. It will present new floors, new realities, each more deceptive than the last. You are never truly free. The words were not merely informative, they carried an embedded perceptual force, threading cognition and attention into compliance. The absolute silence of the locked ward had a distant echo here, in this liminal space between floors. The crossroads was sentient, adaptive, predatory in the same way, but it operated through perception, language, and intent, rather than overt physical coercion. The elevator jolted once more, and for a moment, Chloe glimpsed the walls of the cab dissolve. Endless corridors spiraled around her, stairwells leading nowhere, doors opening onto voids, each filled with shifting lights and strange reflections of herself and the traveler. The blood-red moon outside seemed to materialize inside the elevator, reflected on the polished metal surfaces, bleeding across corners and panels, and her own shadow elongated unnaturally along the floor, twisting against gravity. The high-pitched grinding metal now fused with the distorted ding of the elevator chime, forming a sustained, eerie resonance that vibrated through her chest, mingling with the imagined echo of every lost traveler's voice. She forced herself to speak again, a mental mantra threaded into each syllable. Ground, floor, G. The sound felt heavier, resonating in her chest, vibrating against every nerve ending. The elevator responded, shifting perceptually, doors closing with a metallic snap that was both final and uncertain. The traveler nodded subtly, though his expression remained inscrutable. You have navigated this floor, but remember, the crossroads has no mercy for hesitation. It feeds on uncertainty. You have survived this encounter, but the traces remain. They may call to you again. Even as she reached the real ground floor, white, sterile, fluorescent lit, familiar, the soundscape lingered. The faint grinding, the warped dings, the wailing whispers of travelers past, and the distant crash of spectral waves, all clung to perception, threading through proprioception and cognition. Chloe's relief was tempered by the awareness that the crossroads, though momentarily bypassed, had left a permanent mark on her perception. an enduring sensitivity to liminal spaces, an intuitive dread of elevators, and a persistent whisper echoing in quiet moments. Next time, hesitation will not be forgiven. The doors opened fully, revealing the ground floor lobby. She stepped out, feet shaking, air thick with the residual tang of fear and ozone. The traveler remained in the cab, silent, a sentinel awaiting the next unwary soul to test. As Chloe walked away, she glanced back once. The elevator was still, but within the glass panel of the doors, she thought she saw a faint, impossible reflection, a crimson moon hanging inside, and shadows stretching against impossible angles, waiting. The Crossroads elevator had claimed no body, no life, yet it had embedded itself into her awareness irrevocably. The experience lingered in every sensation, the metallic grind, the distorted dings, the whispering waves and cries, all a continuous thread, a perceptual imprint that ensured she would never forget, never trust, never ascend or descend without conscious acknowledgement. The Crossroads was patient, and in that patience lay its power. It would wait for her, and for anyone else who dared enter, adapting, observing, collecting traces, always hungry for the slightest falter. Chloe pressed the button for the ground floor again, her finger trembling as the elevator hummed and shivered beneath her. The fluorescent light overhead flickered intermittently, casting angular shadows that stretched and recoiled along the steel walls, as though the car itself were breathing, aware of her presence, responding to her fear. Each vibration in the floor and walls pulsed with an intensity she could feel through the soles of her shoes, up her legs, and into the small of her back. The traveler's quiet presence beside her was oddly comforting, yet his mere proximity seemed to magnify her awareness of every creak, every mechanical groan, every whisper that seemed to seep out from the seams of the metal cabin. The elevator shuddered violently as it accelerated, far faster than any standard office lift should, leaving Chloe with a vertiginous sense of weightlessness and acceleration. The floor indicators glowed, skipping numbers unpredictably, and she realized, with a chilling awareness, that the elevator was not traveling through ordinary space. Every moment stretched in disorienting loops, minutes compressing into seconds, and seconds expanding into eternities, leaving her perception unmoored. She blinked rapidly, trying to anchor herself, but the corridor that should have awaited her on each floor dissolved into something else entirely. When the doors opened, it was not a floor she recognized. She peered out and saw a dense forest under a silver moonlight, fog drifting between twisted trunks and long shadows crawling across the uneven ground. The air smelled damp, earthy, and impossibly cold for an indoor elevator. Her pulse spiked, and instinctively she stepped back, pressing against the smooth steel wall. The traveler's voice whispered directly into her mind, calm yet commanding, "Do not step outside. Speak your destination aloud, and be clear. Hesitation or doubt is a trap here." A low, metallic groan reverberated through the shaft, and Chloe's stomach lurched as the elevator car jerked sideways. She could feel the air vibrating around her, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible sound like distant voices layered beneath the hum of machinery. Then she heard it more clearly. Whispers, faint yet insistent, threading through perception. Lost, trapped, never leave. The voices were all around her, bouncing in impossible directions, merging and separating, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. Some seemed to emanate from within the walls of the elevator, others from somewhere above, below, and behind, yet none could be located spatially. Chloe's hand shook as she tried to steady her breathing. The traveler's presence was grounding, but also unnerving. He spoke without moving his lips, his words threading into her thoughts. This elevator exists between layers. Every floor you encounter is a version of reality, or a fragment of what has been lost. Speak clearly, Chloe. Each syllable carries weight. Misstep, and it will claim you. The warnings were precise, calculated, and chilling. The Crossroads elevator, she realized, was not merely a vehicle but a sentient liminal space, a mechanism designed to exploit uncertainty and fear, feeding on hesitation and doubt. The car jolted again, and the indicator lights began to flicker unpredictably. A high-pitched grinding noise filled the shaft, resonating directly in her skull, causing her teeth to chatter. It was accompanied by the distorted chiming of floor dings, overlapping in impossible sequences, some ascending while others descended, creating an auditory pattern that defied logic. Chloe's heart pounded as she pressed her lips together, forcing her tongue to form the words that might save her. Ground, floor, G. The effect was immediate yet partial. The elevator lurched, and the car's walls seemed to dissolve, replaced by shifting spatial patterns that resembled corridors, stairwells, and doors. All impossible, all simultaneously present. The moonlight from the previous floor bled through the walls, mingling with shadows that stretched unnaturally along the floor and ceiling. Chloe felt vertigo as her own reflection flickered and multiplied across the steel panels, twisting her features in grotesque, fluid patterns. She could feel the whispers intensify, voices overlapping in an urgent, pleading chorus, each syllable pressing into cognition, threatening to drown her awareness. The traveler remained a constant presence, his form steady and calm amidst the chaos. His eyes, though quiet, seemed to see beyond the immediate distortion, tracking every subtle fluctuation in the crossroads' behavior. Each floor is a test. Every misstep embeds a trace. They will remember hesitation, confusion, and fear. You are alive now, Chloe, but the crossroads will wait. It will learn. His words, though soft, carried a weight she could feel physically, as though pressing on her chest, threading directly into neural perception, forcing her attention into a razor-sharp focus. As the elevator lurched violently, Chloe felt the entire metal shaft shudder beneath her feet, a living conduit pulsing with anticipation and menace. The high-pitched grinding of the cab's machinery intensified, vibrating through her bones, threading into her skull in sharp, disorienting pulses. Her fingers clutched the cold railing, knuckles white, as the steel walls around her seemed to breathe, bending subtly inward and outward as though the elevator itself were alive, aware of her presence, feeding on her mounting fear. The fluorescent light above flickered, casting angular shadows that stretched like dark fingers along the walls, converging, receding, then stretching again, making it impossible to distinguish where the elevator ended and the void beyond began. The traveler remained beside her, calm yet unsettling, a sentinel in the chaos. He did not speak, but she could feel the weight of his gaze, the assurance of his knowledge, the subtle force of his presence anchoring her as the crossroads pressed against her senses from all directions. The air was thick, heavy with metallic tang and an almost imperceptible scent of damp earth, like a forest floor buried beneath layers of fog. Somewhere in the background, waves crashed and hissed, distant yet pressing close enough to make her stomach lurch. And beneath all of it, a chorus of whispers wove itself into her perception, voices layered impossibly, some pleading, some commanding, some cruelly indifferent, all threading directly into her consciousness. Step, speak, remain, lost. Her throat tightened. She knew instinctively that hesitation, even a single misstep in her words or thoughts, could be fatal. The traveler's warnings from earlier echoed in her mind. Do not falter. Speak with certainty. Every hesitation is remembered. Every doubt can be claimed. She drew in a shaky breath, forcing her tongue to form the words that might guide her safely through this mechanical liminality. Ground, floor, G. The car lurched again, violently, and the high-pitched grinding merged with distorted, overlapping floor dings that rang discordantly in her ears. She felt the vibrations pulse through her legs, up her spine, and into her skull. The walls shimmered, as if made of liquid metal, reflecting 1,000 distorted versions of her own face, each one twisted in fear, each one screaming silently in her peripheral vision. Shadows peeled from the corners and stretched along the walls, curling toward her in slow, deliberate motions. A sudden cold draft brushed her skin, carrying with it whispers that felt almost tactile, pressing against her ears, threading into her hair, and crawling along her neck. Lost. Trapped. Never leave. The doors slid open with a screeching, grinding sound, revealing a floor that defied all logic. Before her stretched a forest under a silver moonlight, fog curling between twisted, skeletal trunks. The ground was slick with frost, and the shadows of trees stretched impossibly long, bending and twisting, as if alive. Chloe instinctively stepped back, pressing herself against the cab wall, the traveler's presence beside her like a tether to sanity. He whispered into her mind, "Do not step outside. Speak your destination. Hesitation is a trap. Speak clearly, Chloe." Her pulse throbbed violently, and she forced herself to articulate the words again, louder, firmer. Ground, floor, G. The elevator shuddered in response, vibrating violently, metal humming with energy that seemed almost conscious. The distorted dings aligned in rhythm, overlapping with a chorus of whispers that now formed discernible phrases, repeating, layering over one another. Step wrong. Pause. Remain forever. Each syllable pressed directly against her mind, testing the boundaries of her perception, threading between cognition and instinct. The cab lurched, spinning subtly, disorienting her further. Chloe's vision blurred as glimpses of impossible floors flashed outside the doors, staircases that defied physics, corridors bending back into themselves, walls covered in mirrors reflecting 1,000 versions of herself, each with twisted expressions of fear, each silently screaming. Some floors appeared briefly as nightmarish cityscapes, others as flooded, fog-choked libraries where books whispered in indecipherable voices. The wind and wave sounds from previous floors layered over these visions, creating an immersive, suffocating sensory assault. A grinding, metallic resonance erupted from the cab, reverberating through the steel walls and into her chest. The traveler remained motionless, his gaze fixed on her, guiding her focus amidst the chaos. His voice threaded into her mind again, calm, insistent. Every floor you pass leaves a trace. Every hesitation becomes part of the crossroads. They will remember doubt. They will feed on it. Speak clearly, Chloe. Her hands shook as she gripped the railing, nails biting into the metal. The whispers intensified, now overlapping with faint, ghostly footsteps, dragging along floors and walls that should not exist. She could hear the faint scraping of claws on tile, the shuffling of feet echoing in impossible directions, some from above, some below, some from behind her. Each step threaded into her awareness like an electric pulse, and she realized with mounting dread that the crossroads was not merely a passage, but a sentient, adaptive predator, testing, measuring, anticipating her every reaction. The elevator lurched again, impossibly fast, and the walls shimmered, revealing glimpses of new, surreal floors. One floor appeared as an abandoned playground under a green-tinged sky, swings moving on their own, squeaking in the unnatural wind. Another showed a long library with shadows flickering across the shelves, as though the books themselves were alive. Each vision pressed on her mind, forcing her to parse reality from hallucination, forcing her to assert her presence with words, to mark herself as alive and intentional. Her voice, though trembling, found strength. Ground, floor, G. The vibrations of the cab responded, pulsing like a heartbeat, the grinding noise shifting in pitch and rhythm, aligning with her words. The chorus of whispers softened slightly, layered now with low, mournful tones, faintly resembling cries for help, overlapping with distorted echoes of the waves and wind she had heard before. The crossroads listened, adapted, and paused, allowing her to maintain a tenuous grasp on the situation. The elevator lurched one final time, violently enough to throw her against the railing, her chest pressing against the cool metal. The distorted dings, grinding, and layered whispers created a cacophony that pressed against her skull, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Chloe's reflection flickered in the walls, merging with the shadows of the traveler and the impossible floors she had glimpsed. She forced her voice once more, clear and unwavering. Ground, floor, G. The cab quivered, and for a brief moment, everything shifted. The light stabilized, the grinding receded, and the chaotic chorus of voices quieted, leaving only the distant, faint echo of waves and wind. The elevator felt solid again, tangible, real, as though it had recognized her intent and allowed a momentary reprieve. Chloe exhaled shakily, legs trembling, heart pounding, but aware that this was merely a pause, a temporary alignment, not the end of the Crossroads trial. The doors opened to a hallway she recognized, the lobby of the skyscraper, dimly lit and silent, except for the residual hum of the elevator. The red moonlight that had tainted the impossible floors now receded into the familiar glow of office lights. Chloe stepped out cautiously, her body still tense, muscles coiled like springs, the traveler silently remaining in the cab, a guardian and reminder of the path still unseen. She understood now the true nature of the Crossroads elevator. A sentient, liminal entity existing between worlds, feeding on hesitation and doubt, claiming those who faltered, patient and eternal in its intelligence, the lingering vibrations beneath her feet, the whispers echoing faintly even through closed doors, and the ever-present sensation of being watched by something beyond comprehension, all confirmed that she had survived this trial, but only barely. The Crossroads would remain, awaiting the next traveler, adapting, evolving, and ever ready to test intent, fear, and will. Chloe's legs shook as she walked away, leaving the cab behind. She knew that the Crossroads had imprinted itself onto her consciousness, leaving traces of its logic and voice, reminders of its presence, like a shadow she could never fully escape. Every floor she had passed, every hesitation avoided, every syllable spoken aloud, had marked her, threaded her awareness into the machinery of the Crossroads, a subtle tether that would resonate indefinitely. The traveler remained, a sentinel and guide, a witness to her choices, ensuring that she understood the weight of her survival, that in the Crossroads, life and awareness were not granted freely. They were earned, carefully, decisively, and at the cost of constant vigilance. Even as she emerged into the relative familiarity of the lobby, the subtle vibration persisted, faint but undeniable. The elevator doors closed behind her with a whisper, a final, almost respectful acknowledgement of her triumph through chaos. Yet Chloe could feel the Crossroads waiting, patient, intelligent, and eternal, an entity that would not rest, an omnipresent labyrinth of steel, whispers, and impossible floors, always ready for the next traveler to falter, to hesitate, and to be claimed. The elevator lurched again, harder this time, as though it had grown impatient with Chloe's persistence. The lights overhead flickered violently, momentarily plunging the cab into a darkness so complete it seemed to pulse in rhythm with her racing heartbeat. The high-pitched grinding of metal intensified, resonating through her chest and bones like some mechanical heartbeat belonging not to the elevator, but to the Crossroads itself. The floor indicator was no longer sequential. It shifted in chaotic patterns, displaying numbers that made no sense, sometimes dimming to almost nothing, other times glowing with an unnatural greenish light. Shadows seemed to grow along the corners of the cab, stretching impossibly, twisting and elongating as if alive, pressing in on her from all directions. Chloe's knuckles whitened as she gripped the railing, and the traveler beside her remained unnervingly calm, a silent anchor in the maelstrom. The metallic grinding was joined now by faint, echoing footsteps that didn't correspond to the cab's motion. The sound seemed to emanate from above, below, even inside the walls themselves. Chloe could hear whispers, soft at first, teasing her attention. Lost. Pause. Remain. They layered over each other in a shifting, impossible chorus, making it difficult to distinguish self from external stimulus. Her teeth chattered despite the lack of cold, and her stomach twisted in anticipation of what lurked beyond the next impossible floor. The traveler leaned close, and she felt the subtle pull of his presence anchoring her, threading her awareness to the only constant in this living nightmare. Speak with certainty. His voice whispered directly in her mind. Every hesitation here is a claim on you. Do not falter. The elevator jolted violently downward, and the walls shimmered like mercury. For a brief moment, Chloe could see through the steel panels, glimpsing floors that should not exist. A stairwell stretched infinitely upward, twisting into nothingness at the top. A hallway was filled with distorted, flickering images of herself. each version frozen in a silent scream, some with eyes wide and pleading, others blank and lifeless. The cacophony of high-pitched grinding merged with distorted floor chimes, the low hum of impossible machinery, and the ghostly sounds of crashing waves that seemed to be just beyond the walls. Each sensory intrusion pressed against her perception, tempting to fracture her focus, test the clarity of her intent. She forced herself to take a deep breath, voice trembling but determined. Ground, floor, G. The cab vibrated violently in response, almost as though acknowledging her assertion. The grinding metal intensified for a moment, a crescendo of sound that threatened to shatter her concentration. Then, just as suddenly, the vibration subsided slightly, though the whispers persisted, threading through her mind. Step wrong, falter, remain forever. Each voice seemed to come from a different plane, different floor she had glimpsed but not yet passed, converging into a multi-dimensional pressure that clawed at her awareness. The doors slid open with a screech, revealing a floor that defied logic. Beyond the cab was a beach bathed in red moonlight, the waves glowing with an eerie phosphorescence. The sand shifted unnaturally, forming shapes that resembled trapped figures writhing silently. The wind carried whispers, layered, overlapping, almost tactile as they brushed her skin. Remain, lost, your words. Chloe froze, pressed against the back wall of the elevator, every instinct screaming that stepping outside would be fatal. The traveler's presence beside her was a calm weight, anchoring her to the cab, yet even he did not intervene physically. The crossroads was teaching her, testing her. Each floor she passed left an imprint on her consciousness, a subtle tether threading her to this liminal entity. The hallway, if it could even be called that, stretched infinitely, folding in on itself, a Mobius ribbon of impossible angles and warped perspectives. Shadows flickered along the red sand, twisting into impossible geometries, elongating and retracting, teasing her perception, taunting her with movement she couldn't fully track. The whispers grew urgent, overlapping with ghostly footsteps dragging across invisible surfaces, the scraping of claws on tile or metal, a low, throbbing hum that vibrated through the cab floor. Lost. Claim. Pause. Chloe's pulse surged as she forced her voice again, trembling but defiant. Ground. Floor. G. The cab responded, shuddering violently, the vibrations coursing through her hands, arms, chest, every fiber of her being. The distorted dings aligned momentarily, layering atop the grinding waves and whispers into a complex auditory tapestry that seemed almost alive, testing the boundaries of her focus. Her mind strained to separate reality from hallucination, perception from projection, each syllable of her spoken destination acting as a lifeline threading her back from the brink of mental collapse. Suddenly, a new floor appeared on the indicator, one that had not existed before. Its number glowed pale green, impossibly bright against the dim cab lighting. The doors slid open, revealing a hall lined with mirrors. In each reflection, she saw herself in varying states of despair, fear, and resignation. Some mirrored versions held the traveler's gaze, others held hers, each silently screaming, reaching outward from the glass. Whispers cascaded from the mirrors, now intelligible, urgent, echoing in 1,000 layered voices. Step, speak, do not pause, or be claimed. The elevator lurched once more, violently, and Chloe instinctively pressed her back against the rear wall. Her eyes scanned the cab for any pattern, any reassurance, but the walls shimmered, folding inward and outward, reflecting the twisted landscapes glimpsed outside, some impossible staircases, some distorted cityscapes. The wind, the waves, the grinding, the distorted chimes all pressed together, overwhelming her senses. Her throat burned with dryness, her lungs tight with fear, but she forced herself to speak clearly, with precision. Ground, floor, G. Where is that? The crossroads seemed to pause in response, vibrations settling briefly, though the whispers remained, layered with ghostly footsteps and low, mournful moans. Chloe understood that this was not mercy, but an evaluation, a test of her will and clarity. Every hesitation, every faltering breath, every moment of doubt would be remembered, woven into the crossroads, and could be used against her in the floors yet to come. The cab lurched again, violently downward, and the walls shimmered like liquid metal. The distorted dings became chaotic, overlapping with the grinding, whispers, and ghostly auditory hallucinations. The traveler remained motionless, a silent observer, his calm presence anchoring her sanity. Chloe gritted her teeth, forcing her voice once more. Ground, floor, G. Suddenly, the air around her thickened, almost viscous, pressing against her chest and limbs. The whispers became a roar, layered, overlapping, multi-directional, as though the floors she had passed were speaking in unison, demanding recognition, compliance, or acknowledgement of her presence. Shapes appeared at the edges of her vision, figures frozen mid-motion, stretching and contracting unnaturally, shadows of travelers who had faltered before her, trapped eternally within the crossroads. Her mind spun, trying to grasp reality, yet each step of the elevator continued, pulling her closer to a floor that may or may not exist. Her voice rang out, trembling but firm. Ground, floor, G. The cab vibrated violently, grinding and chimes colliding in a chaotic resonance that reverberated into her bones. The whispers pressed harder, coalescing into intelligible phrases now. Hesitate, pause, remain, forever. Each syllable threaded into her mind, yet she forced herself to resist, to cling to the anchor of intent, to thread her consciousness through the impossible corridors of the crossroads. Finally, the elevator lurched one last time, violently, and the doors opened to a floor that seemed almost normal, an office lobby dimly lit, with familiar tile and distant fluorescent lights. Chloe staggered out, legs trembling, pulse pounding, aware that her survival was provisional, tenuous. The traveler remained in the cab, silent, his shadow stretching unnaturally across the doors. The crossroads had permitted her passage, but she knew now with absolute certainty. It was patient, intelligent, and eternal. It would remember her, follow her threads through her mind, and wait, endlessly, for the next traveler who faltered. Chloe's legs trembled as she stepped onto the seemingly familiar floor of the office lobby, but the relief was fleeting. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting long, angular shadows that stretched and retracted in ways that felt almost alive. The hum of the building's ventilation twisted subtly, creating dissonant undertones that pressed against her eardrums, vibrating in a rhythm that seemed to echo her own heartbeat. The elevator behind her had become impossibly quiet, almost sentient in its silence, as though it were assessing her reaction, measuring the tremors in her resolve. The air was heavy, thick with a mixture of ozone, metallic tang, and the faint, lingering scent of the impossible floor she had passed. The beach bathed in red moonlight, the mirrored hallway, the twisted cityscape. Chloe felt it settle in her lungs with every breath, a subtle, almost imperceptible pressure that pulled at her awareness, urging her to hesitate, to falter, to succumb to the pull of the crossroads. She had survived the first trials, but she now understood with absolute clarity that survival was not guaranteed. Every floor, every pause, every faltering thought could be claimed, absorbed, twisted into the labyrinthine will of the elevator. The floor indicator flickered violently, numbers shifting erratically. Chloe could no longer trust it as a guide. The sequence of floors no longer followed any recognizable logic. She forced herself to look away from the numbers, instead focusing on the sensation of grounding, of intention, threading her will into the cab's metallic core, anchoring herself to the certainty of her destination. The crossroads tested her perception, drawing her attention to illusions, to distractions, to shapes at the edges of her vision that were not meant to be acknowledged. A shadow flickered along the wall, a figure, impossibly thin and elongated, dressed in tattered clothing that seemed to absorb the dim light, moving against the natural physics of the room. Chloe blinked, and it vanished, replaced by the familiar shimmer of the elevator doors sliding open to a floor that should not exist. Before her lay a long, narrow corridor lined with countless doors, each one slightly ajar, each one a portal into a different, distorted version of reality. From behind the doors, faint whispers threaded into her mind, sometimes urgent, sometimes mocking, layered in multiple directions. Step, hesitate, remain. Some doors flickered with light, others were engulfed in darkness that seemed almost tangible, pressing against her skin, brushing against her consciousness like a living thing. The traveler remained at her side, an anchor, a subtle force threading her awareness with reassurance, yet even he could not alter the rules of the crossroads. Chloe's voice, trembling yet resolute, forced itself through her fear. Ground, floor, G. The elevator shuddered in response, vibrating with a complex, layered resonance that pressed into her bones. The cacophony of distorted dings, grinding metal, whispers, and ghostly footsteps intensified, overlapping with faint echoes from the floors she had already passed. She realized with dawning horror that the crossroads was not merely reactive. It was anticipatory, adaptive, and conscious, learning from her every reaction, every syllable, every pulse of fear. The elevator lurched violently, spinning subtly as though caught between dimensions. The walls shimmered, revealing glimpses of impossible landscapes, corridors stretching into infinity, staircases twisting impossibly, mirrored halls reflecting infinite versions of herself, some screaming silently, others blank and vacant. Each vision threatened to fracture her mind, to make her doubt her own existence, her own intent. The whispers intensified, now forming intelligible phrases layered across multiple planes. Hesitate, speak wrong, remain forever. The air thickened, and she felt a subtle pull at the very edges of her consciousness, tugging at her focus, at the certainty of her will. Suddenly, the cab shuddered violently again, throwing her against the railing. The lights flickered, revealing the traveler's face, calm yet impossibly distant, his eyes reflecting a depth of knowledge that was at once comforting and terrifying. The floor indicator glowed erratically, displaying symbols rather than numbers, arcane glyphs that twisted and pulsed with a faint inner light. Chloe understood that the floors themselves were no longer mere spaces. They were sentient, layered constructs, each with its own intent, its own consciousness, waiting to ensnare the unwary. The elevator lurched downward, and the doors slid open to reveal a vast chamber filled with shifting fog, the floor beneath her feet barely visible, lit by a red, pulsating glow. Within the fog, shapes moved, figures draped in tattered garments, faces obscured, yet their presence was undeniable. The whispers coalesced into a chorus of voices, layered impossibly. Lost, claim, remain. Each voice pressed directly against her mind, threading into her perception, testing her focus, her clarity of intent. The traveler remained beside her, silent, a sentinel anchoring her through the sensory assault. Chloe's throat burned, her lungs tight with fear, yet she forced her voice once more, trembling but defiant. Ground, floor, G. The cab vibrated violently, the high-pitched grinding of metal merging with the distorted dings, whispers, and ghostly echoes from the impossible floors. Shapes in the fog shifted, moving closer, pressing against the boundaries of her awareness. She felt them as pressure, as tactile presence, as a weight pressing on her consciousness, seeking to claim her hesitation, to draw her into the labyrinthine will of the crossroads. The cab lurched again, violently, and Chloe felt the metallic floor beneath her twist subtly, creating the illusion of movement that was impossible to reconcile with the elevator's dimensions. The whispers now formed discernible words, layered across multiple planes of perception. Pause. Step wrong. Remain forever. Lost. Yours. Each syllable struck her mind, threading into her thoughts, tugging at her focus, threatening to fracture her intent. She forced herself to breathe, to ground her awareness, to anchor herself in the certainty of her destination. The elevator doors slid open with a shrill screech, revealing a floor bathed in a deep crimson light, the air thick and suffocating. Shadows stretched impossibly long, twisting and contracting, forming shapes that seemed to mimic her every movement. The floor pulsed subtly beneath her feet, as if alive, reacting to her presence, to her intent, to her hesitation. The whispers layered with distant echoes of waves, wind, and impossible footsteps, creating a symphony of chaos that pressed directly against her consciousness. Chloe pressed her back against the cab wall, feeling the traveler's presence beside her, a tether to sanity. She forced her voice through the cacophony. Ground, floor, G. The vibrations of the cab aligned momentarily with her intent, resonating through her bones, her chest, threading her awareness through the chaos. The whispers softened, layered now with low, mournful tones, as though acknowledging her clarity, yet reminding her that the crossroads would always remain, patient, sentient, eternal. The cab lurched once more, violently, and the walls shimmered, revealing glimpses of impossible corridors, mirrored halls, and distorted landscapes she had passed. The shapes in the fog pressed closer, intangible yet palpable, seeking to claim hesitation, to thread her uncertainty into the labyrinthine consciousness of the crossroads. Chloe's voice rang out, trembling but unwavering. Ground, floor, G. Suddenly, the cab shuddered violently, and the walls stabilized, revealing a hallway that resembled the familiar office lobby, dimly lit, but imbued with a subtle, unnatural glow. Chloe staggered out, her legs trembling, pulse pounding, aware that her survival was provisional, tenuous, a fleeting reprieve granted by her clarity and will. The crossroads had permitted her passage, but it would not forget. Every hesitation, every faltering syllable, every breath of doubt had been noted, woven into the sentient lattice of the elevator's will. The traveler remained in the cab, silent, his shadow stretching unnaturally across the doors, a reminder of the ever-present intelligence she had faced. Chloe understood now that the crossroads was a living entity, adaptive, patient, and eternal. It waited for the next traveler, for the next hesitation, the next doubt, threading its consciousness into those who dared to traverse its impossible floors. Even as she emerged into the relative familiarity of the lobby, she felt its presence lingering, subtle, intangible, a tether to the trials she had endured and the ones yet to come. Chloe's legs trembled violently as she pressed herself against the cab wall, sweat mingling with the cold metallic tang of the elevator, every nerve screaming with anticipation and dread. The floor indicator flickered erratically, finally settling on a symbol she had never seen before, a jagged glyph that seemed to pulsate with life, throbbing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The traveler remained at her side, silent, calm, a constant in a world where the rules of reality had dissolved entirely. But even his presence offered only partial reassurance. The crossroads had escalated its trials, its consciousness now active in ways that felt almost personal, responsive to every micro-expression, every heartbeat, every micro-hesitation that Chloe could not fully conceal. The cab lurched violently downward. The metallic grinding intensified, vibrating through her bones, through her chest, threading her nerves with resonance that seemed designed to unhinge her perception. The high-pitched whine of the elevator motor merged with the distorted dings of the floor indicator and the layered whispers of the lost voices, not merely from outside, but from inside her mind. They were asking, pleading, warning, demanding, hesitate, falter, remain, speak clearly, step, wrong. The cacophony was disorienting, and yet she forced herself to steady her breath, to focus on the anchor of intention she had cultivated through the ordeal. Ground, floor, G. The door slid open with a high-pitched screech that felt almost like a scream. Chloe froze, staring out into a landscape that defied comprehension. A vast chasm, the sky impossibly red, illuminated by a moon that pulsed like a living organism. Floating shards of buildings, staircases, and fragmented rooms drifted across the void, defying gravity, rotation, and scale. Across the expanse, she glimpsed figures suspended mid-motion, their faces twisted in silent terror, mouths open in screams that emitted no sound. Whispers slithered through the air, echoing off impossible planes. Claim, lost, remain, yours. The traveler's voice broke into her mind, calm but insistent. You must speak. Do not hesitate. Each floor is a choice, Each hesitation binds you. Chloe's throat burned, lungs tight, yet she forced herself to lift her voice, trembling but resolute. Ground, floor, G. The cab responded with a violent shudder, the vibrations merging with grinding metal, the whispers, the distorted floor chimes, and now the sound of rushing air that seemed to slice through space itself. The crossroads acknowledged her assertion. Though it did not grant reprieve, it was a temporary alignment, a fragile thread through the chaos. The cab lurched forward, and for the first time, the walls shimmered into transparency. Chloe could see the interior of the elevator itself twisting, bending impossibly, metal stretching and folding as though alive, reflecting and refracting the impossible realities outside. Shapes pressed at the edges of perception, hands, faces, silhouettes of travelers who had failed, their forms twisting into grotesque mockeries, clawing at the barriers between her reality and the crossroads. The whispers intensified, layering with a new sound, a distorted, mournful wail, as though the void itself were crying. A sudden jolt sent Chloe sprawling to her knees. The elevator cab now hung in a space where floor, ceiling, and walls existed in uncertain overlap, overlapping geometries folding into each other. The traveler extended a hand toward her, an anchor again, but even he could not prevent the mental pressure pressing in on her, tugging at her focus, threatening to sever the fragile thread of clarity she had maintained. Every muscle ached from strain, every nerve screamed in anticipation. The crossroads had become aware of her resistance, and it pressed harder, tugging at her certainty, at her grasp on intention. Chloe forced her eyes open, focusing on the blinking floor indicator. Symbols danced across it, no longer sequential or numerical, and she realized with chilling clarity that the crossroads itself was sentient, adapting to her awareness, predicting her every thought. The air vibrated with whispers layered over grinding metal, over distorted chimes, over a low, droning hum that seemed to emanate from the cab itself. The traveler's calm presence was almost unbearable in its contrast to the chaos around her. He did not speak. He did not guide. He simply existed as a constant thread of stability in a multidimensional nightmare. Chloe's mind wavered, but she forced herself to speak again, voice shaking yet determined. Ground, floor, G. The cab shuddered violently, the vibration coursing through her arms, chest, and legs, threading her awareness with the resonance of the elevator itself. Outside the doors, the red moon glowed with a pulsing intensity, illuminating shards of impossible architecture, staircases twisting into infinity, fragments of office spaces suspended midair. Shadows moved among the shards, stretching and twisting unnaturally, reaching toward her, though they were intangible. The whispers layered with ghostly footsteps, scraping sounds, low moans, and the wail of distant air horns, forming an auditory landscape that threatened to fracture her mind completely. The doors slid open once more, revealing a floor that seemed familiar, an empty office lobby, dimly lit, eerily silent. Chloe staggered forward, each step feeling simultaneously grounded and unreal, as if she were walking through both the real and unreal dimensions at once. The traveler remained in the cab, his shadow stretching impossibly across the doors, watching silently. Chloe understood with a chill that, even if she had reached the final floor, the crossroads had not released her. It had merely allowed her to traverse this particular segment. It was patient, eternal, and aware. The whispers persisted, faint now but layered with an almost imperceptible rhythm, threading into her consciousness. Do not forget. Hesitation remains. The next traveler. The sense of being observed, of being measured, did not fade. The crossroads lingered, a living entity that existed outside linear time, beyond spatial consistency, waiting, eternal. Chloe's body was trembling, her voice hoarse from repeated assertions, but she forced herself to take a breath and anchor herself fully in intention. She realized that survival in the crossroads was not merely a matter of speed or force, but of clarity, of absolute certainty, of threading one's consciousness without faltering through the impossible mechanisms of this sentient elevator. Finally, the cab shuddered one last time. The floor indicator stabilized momentarily, displaying a simple G for ground. Chloe pressed herself against the back wall, exhaling shakily as the doors slid open to reveal a lobby bathed in normal fluorescent light. Tiles clean and familiar. Relief washed over her in a tidal wave, but even as she stepped forward, her senses were still keenly attuned to the presence of the crossroads. She could feel it subtly threading through her mind, a faint tug, a reminder that it would not forget her traversal, that it would linger, patient, awaiting the next traveler to falter. Chloe turned slowly, eyes scanning the cab, but the traveler was gone. She realized she had no proof he had ever existed, save for the lingering weight of his presence in her consciousness, the thread of sanity he had helped her maintain. Outside the cab, the lobby seemed perfectly ordinary, yet she could still hear, faintly, the overlapping whispers, the grinding of impossible machinery, the distorted chimes, the low, mournful wails of the floors she had passed. The crossroads had allowed her passage, but its sentience, its will, its eternal vigilance remained, a constant, invisible presence threading itself into her mind. She stepped fully onto the ground floor, taking cautious steps across the lobby, aware that every movement was measured, noted, remembered. She realized with a shiver that the crossroads did not operate merely as a physical space. It operated as a consciousness that threaded into perception itself, measuring hesitation, uncertainty, and intent. She had survived, for now, but the rules were unchanging, eternal. The elevator waited, patient, aware, and every traveler who faltered, every whisper ignored, every hesitation, would become part of the crossroads' eternal record. Chloe exited the building into the cool night air, the city silent around her, yet the echo of grinding metal, whispers, and distorted chimes lingered in her mind. She understood, finally, that the crossroads did not merely claim travelers, it lingered within them, threading awareness, leaving an indelible imprint that would never fully fade. And somewhere, far above her, the elevator waited, patient and eternal, ready for the next journey, the next traveler, the next hesitation. As she walked away, the faintest echo of a high-pitched grinding sound lingered behind her, almost imperceptible, yet unmistakably present. Chloe's breath caught, pulse quickening, and she understood with chilling certainty that while she had emerged physically unscathed, a part of her consciousness would forever remain tethered to the crossroads, a silent witness to the impossible dimensions and sentient floors that existed beyond human comprehension. She glanced back, only to see the elevator doors closed, perfectly normal, yet impossibly alive in a way that no one else could perceive. The journey was over, or perhaps it had only just begun. You've traveled through 10 nights of whispers, 10 corridors of tension, 10 crossroads where the veil between the living and the unseen thinned. Perhaps you've felt a presence in the room with you, or a shadow brushing the edge of your perception. Maybe the stories have left something lingering in your mind, something you can't quite name. Remember, the night never truly ends, and the echoes of these tales may follow you long after the lights are out. Sleep carefully, listener, for the world is never as empty as it seems, and some doors never close.